I call the meeting to order. Clerk Joe, can you please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxon.
Present.
Mayor Brown.
Present.
Councilmember Fellows.
Present.
Councilmember Tucson.
Present.
Councilmember Simmons.
Here.
Councilmember McLean.
Here.
Councilmember King.
Present.
All accounted for. We have a quorum.
Thank you. We'll give folks a moment to get prepared, the center, or we start the business. The approval
So move.
been moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Councilmember Tucson. Any changes, updates to the agenda? Councilmember Simmons?
Hello, yes, good evening. I would like to add a resolution to the agenda. Resolution to stop government takeover by private individual.
Support. Moved and supported, discussion. Oh, Councilmember McLean?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just ask the maker of the motion the reason why something is coming last minute.
Because every day things are changing. I literally had the idea to put something forward today, this evening, as I was looking at the news and having people reaching out and saying, hey, what can we do? Here's things that we need to do, that we need to act, that we're trying to reach out. And I decided that, hey, I have this meeting and there's something that we can do, and that we are in a different line of contact and communication with our colleagues at the federal level, that even people who are calling and going to their offices may not necessarily have that reach.
Further comments or questions?
This develop further at some point. So would you be amenable to bringing this back at the next meeting? It doesn't seem like it's that time sensitive because those folks are still going to be doing what they're doing.
I mean, I would say, yes, I do want it. I am amenable to changes. There's things that I know I didn't even necessarily get in here because I was trying to push for time. I guess I would disagree that 2 weeks they should still be doing the exact same thing. Because actually, if our colleagues did act and do something, they would be able to stop what's happening. I think inaction is a big part of the problem, but so that's why I brought it forward, because I don't know that 2 weeks to sit on it is my preference. I understand if people don't want to act, but I felt compelled to do so. I would love to be able to make changes during a discussion of it. Like there's things I know, like being able to name some things in particular in it, for example. But so that's why I was bringing it forward. And, but I am amenable to changes. And, I guess if we want to see, I'm sure there'll be things to add by then.
Councilwoman Simmons' concerns, not the specific ones, but the general concerns with the impact of the new regime in Washington and its impact on our community and our community members, and think it is going to be appropriate, and I think probably even necessary to bring things forward before this body over the course of the next 2 weeks, 2 years, 4 years. something like that. I too have plans to bring something forward along those lines, but I had planned to do so through discussion at the end, and bring something forward to the council 2 weeks from now. I don't have any objections to putting it on the agenda, but I probably will be reluctant to want to move it forward this week, but I don't mind a discussion at some point, whenever that might be.
Obviously, yeah, there's a litany of concerning things happening. But I really only saw this when I got here, which was only maybe 20 minutes ago. And so even to add things to it, I feel like I would need a little bit more time, honestly, to have my thoughts worked out of what I would want to say and what other things to name. And so I would be okay with waiting until the next meeting and us working on it at the table, on the 18th. But I think, yeah, there's a lot to be said, a lot to be said. Further comments or discussion? Oh, Councilmember Simmons, did you, sorry. Oh, yeah, did you have something? Yeah, Councilmember Simmons.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yeah, I fully understand that. I would love if we could talk about some of those things at the table. I guess this just raises a question to me, just in terms of, I guess, like trying to think about what kind of things are we able to add to the agenda, like recognizing that there are things that, we're told we can add to the agenda at the table. I feel like it would be good for me to just have clarification about what kind of things that would be, because if we had this on time, then we would have obviously had it in our packet. So I'm just trying to, we don't have to spend a whole ton of time on this, but I think I would need clarification about that moving forward, because I think if I bring something to the table, it probably is because it feels timely. So anyway, just to kind of try to figure out what would be the appropriate use of that process.
So I think that council members can bring in anything to the table if there's support for it, but at the end of the day, we vote as a body as to what is added or not. So, I mean, I think there's no parameter around like what you can bring and what you can't. As long as you have support for it, you can offer it on the table and we discuss it, and then the body will vote to decide if it ends up on the agenda or not. So I don't know if I have a clearer answer than that. I don't know
Mm.
if, Attorney Barker, if you have anything else to add to that, but really it's if you have support, you can offer anything.
No, I think that's right from a rules of order standpoint.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion on this? This is, I'm sorry, an amendment.
This late time, but I want to add the sponsorship for Juneteenth in the amount of $2,500 for that event. I'm wondering if anyone can support that.
Been moved. Is there support to add this to the agenda?
Support.
Discussion? Did they? Okay,
Is this a discussion or a resolution?
he wants to add the request, right? The funding request and sponsorship. So wasn't Juneteenth added to our annual, city manager?
That's to forgive fees. A sponsorship would just be money.
Gotcha. Okay. Did they apply? Are they going for that? Because we have an application process, correct?
For the sponsorship?
Yes, I thought we did.
Usually the city would get a request from the event organization.
So it's not an actual application. Sometimes they just submit a written request, correct?
Yeah, correct. That's what Trichet has done in the past.
Issue.
Well, I know last year we have supported this event in the past, and I know last year we waited pretty late. It wasn't late, but it was late enough where they needed the money to decide how much money they would still have to fundraise and stuff. So that is why I'm bringing the request at the table. I don't know if you were here, but I did pass out a packet, I think, a few months ago.
Have a further discussion about how much that's gonna be. Are they requesting 2,500? Are they gonna request more?
You said 2,000, correct?
2,500.
Oh, 2,500.
I think that's normally what we request in the past. I believe she is on Zoom tonight, so she will probably make comments for public comment.
On this edition. To the agenda. Or changes. Of the agenda as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Okay, we are at our opportunity for public comment. Good evening, everyone. Members of the audience will have 3 minutes to address council. And so I will start with those who signed up on the list, and then I will take hands from the audience, and then I will move to Zoom. If we get to the end of our 45-minute period, I'll make sure to get names of folks whose hands are up or who did not bless you, get a chance to speak, and then that will be added to the end of the meeting after the business has been completed. When I call your name or acknowledge your hand, please, oh, you okay? Please approach the podium. And if you could state your name and address for the record, that'd be greatly appreciated. And if you could keep it to your 3 minutes, we would also greatly appreciate that. And I'll get started here. Jim Clark.
This is going to be a little harsh, but I was kind of pissed off when I wrote it. First, they came for the communists, and I did not speak because I was not a communist. And they came for the socialists, and I did not speak because I was not a socialist. And they came for the trade unionists, and I didn't speak out because I was not a trade unionist. And they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. But wait, back up. I am speaking out for the communists and the socialists and the trade unionists and the Jews and the Palestinians and the homeless. But most importantly, I'm speaking out for me, because I've never been so scared or so angry or so resolved in my life. And here's why. The Fourth Reich is a hypothetical successor to the Nazi regime in Germany, known as the Third Reich. It is also used to describe possible resurgence of Nazi ideas. Last year, the Supreme Court ruled that cities can punish people for sleeping in public places. The criminalization of homelessness refers to measures that prohibit life-sustaining activities such as sleeping, camping, eating, sitting, and asking for money in public places. These ordinances include criminal penalties for violations such as carrying out sweeps. That's what this is about. Confiscating personal property, including tents, bedding, papers, clothing, and medications. Making panhandling illegal, making it illegal for groups to share food with homeless persons in public addresses. There is a Bible verse about this, and it says the exact opposite. Enforcing a quality of life ordinance relating to public activity and hygiene. That should sound familiar. We tried to do that a few months ago. The Equal Access to Public Property Act of 2012, sleeping or setting up camp on public property is a Class E felony, punishable by 6 years in prison and a $3,000 fine. Guess what? In 1933, the Nazi Party passed a law against habitual and dangerous criminals, which allowed for the relocation of beggars, homeless, and unemployed to the concentration camps. The Nazis swept away people experiencing homelessness and took them away and killed them. We're talking about sweeping people experiencing homelessness in the middle of a Michigan winter to go. At this point, if you don't understand what's happening, You're either living in la la land or you're complicit to genocide. Time to read the rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Strensky?
Bensky, tonight I'm going to be talking about solar power. And we had a plan about 5 years ago to try and put solar on 100 low-income roofs in Ypsilanti. So John Weiss is a friend of mine, and we've kind of restarting this effort. And so I have two asks. One is that I could get on next week's agenda or next meeting's agenda to give a 15-minute presentation about our plan and to have permission to work with the city council, the city staff to submit a grant to the MPSC and try and find funding for this project. Before I move on, I just give you a couple of stats that Solar Ipsy is a website more than anything else. And we have 154 solar locations on the website, and 102 of those are in Ypsilanti. So Ypsilanti has 102 solar installations within the city. We have a total of 1.7 megawatts of power. And with our 19,000 roughly people, we're at about 88 watts per capita, which actually puts us like in the top 20, 25 in the nation on a watts per capita. So we are a leader in solar power. So I guess I'll just leave it at that. So the project I'm trying to do is I'm trying to put solar on 100 low-income roofs. We would hopefully find $1 million so we could budget $10,000 per house. If this would create jobs, this would put money in low-income houses, households, funds. Solar through economics of scale. So anybody who's not in this project could also take advantage of it. We've already identified some houses that are in the NEZ and the intersection of the neighborhood enterprise zone and the opportunity zone. So these houses would actually have an advantage in that they have tax credit. They would get a 40% federal tax credit, and we would work with the contractors to monetize that tax credits for the homeowners. One last point though is 2 years ago, Grace Sweeney passed away, and she gave money to the city for a solar project. And so there is this Grace Sweeney solar rebate program. We started off with 40. It's been 2 years, and like 30 of them are still left. So I want everybody to reach out to all the citizens of Ypsilanti. Anybody who puts solar on their house automatically gets $2,000 from Grace Sweeney's rebate program, and then also gets 30% off from the feds. And if you're in a certain neighborhood, you'll get 40% off from the federal government. So it's a good investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Tracy, I'm okay with adding the presentation.
Thank
you. Okay. Andrew Tedlow? Oh, did you want to speak? Okay. Thank you. All right. That's all that I have signed up. I will take hands in the audience of those who would like to address council. Okay.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Just want to say, first Kat Layton, Ward 3 resident. Thanks again to voting on a resolution to ask the county for support for a shelter and an unarmed non-police crisis response program. I just want to clarify, 750 Towner was never supposed to be necessarily a shelter. It was listed as a resource that's not accessible to the community. As it's been paid for by our millage money to be a 24/7 crisis stabilization center, and it has not been over the last several years, and it's still going towards that, I believe. So that's just want to clarify that little nugget of information. Also, at the last Board of Commissioners meeting for the county, there was a presentation from the Executive Director of the Shelter Association, Dan Kelly, to which he said that Ypsilanti is a high need for a shelter, and actually said that over 70% of people using shelter services are disabled. So just keep that into consideration, which I think increased by like 30 or 40% over the last like 5 years. I could be getting my numbers exactly wrong, but the numbers of over 70% today still stands. And also thank you to the city council members who have been meeting with community members directly with those people who are also directly impacted by the housing crisis. And for trying to get engaged in this issue by seeing the realities from all sides, but whether it's going to the warming center and having community meetings or touring encampments, witnessing what people have to do to survive when they've been displaced, evicted, or out just completely kicked out from or outpriced somewhere else. And also the fact that people have to come out of their way when they're directly impacted, trying to survive actively in this society, unhoused, to come out of their way to try and like speak their truth into existence to get people to hear them. So I really hope that we value the public comments that maybe come forward. Whether it's getting people propane during the cold, or whether there's YPD surveilling the warming center during the hours that people have to transition to the overnight shelter, or whether it's people weaving blankets for insulation out of plastic bags. People have been continuing to show up where the government has failed them. And so I really hope that you consider this whenever we're talking about shelter options in the city of Ypsi. And keep in mind that the deinstitutionalization process in the 50s, when they didn't have any infrastructure put in place, it crumbled and it collapsed. And then we had quality of life laws placed, and we started criminalizing homelessness and poverty. So yes, inaction is discriminatory. I wholeheartedly believe that. So please keep that in mind in these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any others in the audience who would like to address council?
Yeah, I live in Ypsi Township, but hopefully I'll be able to ride my bike here soon, once it warms up to Ypsi, but I frequent is the geography of the two parks, the Huron right here in town, right here, and Frog Island. They have perfect geography for some kind of like that would actually bring people from outside of the county into actually Ypsilanti that would actually support businesses. And I know that for a fact because I was dragged along with a friend to go 2 counties away from Washtenaw to go see a light show. That was $25 a pop at some private, I think it was at the old, at the Renaissance Fair Festival kind of grounds, but they transferred in some kind of thing. And along the way, we stopped and got something along to eat at one of the municipalities along the way, therefore bringing economic money to whatever community along that route is. That's why I'm suggesting that Ypsilanti consider to think to do something of the sort, because you do things in the spring, summer, fall, but you don't really have anything in like the end of the year, the colder months, and that time of the year, I'm pretty sure people come out and encourage you go to the business, because if you walk through the lights, you know, you got all the Michigan Ave and Depot Town to go through, and a lot to choose from. So I'm just giving you that to think about and possibly do, because it'd be awesome to be driving down 12 and look to your right and see a bunch of lights there for a period of weeks and stuff to sit there and just gander at and be in awe of, because I don't think of something like that exists in Washtenaw County.
Speak in favor of the homeless. I would ask that when you consider the things that you're going to do and you need to do, and I understand the monetary end of it, but you take compassion upon the people that have little to nothing. If you were to take the tents that they have that are frozen to the ground, they would have even less. And I do know an awful lot of people that are basically 1 month shy of being homeless if they lose their job. And I just pray that you have compassion when it comes to compassion. And I know that the monetary resources that you have to be considered, but I just pray that you will look upon them as your neighbors, you know, maybe fellow citizens and maybe family members that you may also find in dire straits. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, that would like to address council, please raise your hand.
My office address in the city is 120 North Huron. I am here tonight to advocate for continued compassion and devotion of resources to our unhoused community members. I have gotten the sense in the conversations that I've been having with the city that the social welfare of our city's residents is not considered the business of the city. And I would like for you to work in your policy, in your budget, in your capacities as city council members to make sure that in the future, moving forward, social welfare of our residents is explicitly considered the business of the city. As much as the roads, as much as the facades of the buildings, as much as signage, the business of the city is maintaining the welfare of the human beings who live, work, and play here. So I hope that as you look at your budget priorities today and move to recommend those to the city manager, that they will include strong, robust recommendations regarding housing, homelessness, social welfare at large, meals, showers, bathroom facilities, and all of what makes the basics of public health function in a city. These issues are not going away. These issues are going to increase. We are not prepared for what's happening right now. So we are going to continue to run at a deficit in terms of our ability to manage the city's social welfare unless we act with urgency and direction now. I hope that the consistent presence of housing advocates over the last few months here has communicated strongly to you that this is an Ypsilanti value, that we are showing up again and again, taking time away from our families, away from our work, away from our ability to rest and relax and recharge, to be here to speak to you about this. I hope that that matters to you. I hope that that's meaningful, because there are lots of places we would all rather be. I appreciate that you have been taking steps like Councilmember Wilcoxon and City Manager Halenga meeting with representatives of the community, like Desiree and Amber meeting with community members at the Freight House. I see that the steps are beginning, but we need more change faster. This is an emergency. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come.
And I live on Washington Street in Ward 3 in Ypsi City. So we were here 2 weeks ago. If people weren't here at that meeting, we came to say, call off this sweep. What had happened was there was, I don't know if it was a resolution or some sort of passage to like delay it by 2 weeks until tomorrow, so that we could meet and, people that were most impacted could voice what they think that the path forward should be, and that people could work on the game plan. And I also, I guess, echo what people have said, that I do appreciate people's efforts and, coming to the table and like making the effort to schedule us things around our schedules and stuff. But I think it just sucks to like get invited to a meeting where there's an idea that there might be problem solving, and then like everything that is brought to the table pretty much is said, we don't have the resources to do that, or that's not on the table, and that's someone else's job to do that. So I don't think 2 weeks was really enough time to do that, considering the height of like what kind of such a deviation of business as usual, which is just bringing the cops and removing people so we can do the development project. So yeah, there is more time needed. I'm not going to say people need to camp here forever, because the work does need to be done. The toxins need to be removed. But the thing that I want to emphasize is that when people are removed from this land, they are not just losing the physical things that have value, like their tents. They're losing so much more. There's so many things that cannot be replaced with money. But I do think that material concessions would soften the blow of losing your place that you call home, losing the place that you know you have privacy, losing your routine in a very unstable and kind of crisis moment, just to say a little bit of the many things that people will be losing when they can no longer shelter there. So there were things that were stated that people who are camping on Water Street want. One person wants to be able to stay in a hotel at extended stay so they can cook for themselves and kind of live in the way that they would if they were camping with that amount of autonomy, at least until the end of the winter. That's more than the cost perhaps of delaying the project, but it is something that I think they deserve. Another person does want to continue camping, and they want a safe campsite where they do have privacy, where they do have basic amenities. Those are the two things that are being asked for, in addition to the both of them wanting access to healthcare where they can be tested and treated for the toxins. There was a threat that was put out of like, if they aren't going to move, we're going to close down the bike path. If you're going to close down the bike path, why are they being allowed to be there? It's kind of this double standard. If people are recreating in this place, they are unsafe, but if they're living there, they are not. There's an urgency to move this along so people can continue to recreate and consume in this area, but there's not that urgency when people are sheltering there. Give them what they want.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address council? Anyone on Zoom? Be clear.
Trish Duckworth.
Oh, Trisha.
Sorry, I
It's
apologize.
okay. Good evening, Trisha.
Good evening, council. Just wanted to, first of all, thank you all for the opportunity to consider sharing sponsorship for Juneteenth. But I first just want to say, I seen in the agenda tonight about you all still honoring Black History Month. And with so much chaos and so much, history trying to be erased from the Black community, I just thank you all for being steps ahead of other folks that are not really understanding, the need to uplift Black history. Wish it was more than a month, but this is where we're at. So I just want to thank you all for standing firm on that. And I'm sure the same thing for Juneteenth, and how you are setting aside so that the fees can be waived for us. I just want to come to you all today and humbly ask if you all would support and sponsorship of $2,500 for Juneteenth this year. We have an amazing time planned together with the community. And we have gospel Grammy Award winning artist Fred Hammond coming in to be with us on Sunday. So we are looking for a huge turnout in downtown Ypsilanti during that weekend. And so just coming here to ask for you all support, as you also graciously have supported since the beginning. We're going to our 5th year this year. I cannot believe that. And just thankful for the support that you all have offered. And it is our hope that you will continue to stand with us to uplift this educational celebration within the community. Thank you.
Thank you. For comment and I'm sorry.
Can I just have a quick
Yeah, sure. Councilmember Simmons.
Yes, just really quick response to a couple of comments that aren't necessarily coming up later in the agenda. I just wanted to uplift, yes, for the Grace Sweeney rebate. I'm a recipient of one of those 10. So just celebration and encourage folks. That definitely helped me to afford this very expensive project. And then I just wanted to uplift for the person that was talking about the light show. I would say, it's interesting. I went this past winter, I went to Canada, actually to Windsor, at a park, and we were having the same thought. We were like, oh, we could totally do this. They just had these things set up and it was really cool and people just walked through. Anyway, so I just wanted to say, I think that that's a great thing to explore.
So we used to have a light show
In Riverside.
in Riverside Park.
And then this was just like things like lit up. They didn't even like have like air light show. It was kind of just like decorations on things with lights.
Did
So
at one point. I don't know who used to pay for it or do it, had the lights, but I do
Mhm.
know that used to happen. Councilman McLean, you said you had something?
Just a quick, I think, question. Appreciate Dave Strinsky coming before us and wanted to just clarify perhaps from him what your second request was. I think what I heard you say was you'd like maybe a letter of support, a formal letter of support for a project? Self-apply. Got it.
Done in the past. So I did ask Tracy to add him to our next agenda so he can come talk to us about it.
Yep. That sounds great. And I've talked to John about it as well, so I'm supportive. Glad you came.
Thank you. All right. Councilmember King.
Just a quick question. I know Lindsay stated the request of 2 of the unhoused people, and I was just wondering, do we know how many people are on Water Street?
Yep.
So we do,
Okay.
and then we're gonna talk about that during the discussion, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Thank
There's
you.
more than 2.
Okay. Move into our presentations, and the first will be the proclamation for National Black History Month. Okay. So whereas Black History Month is a national effort to accord official recognition to the heritage of African Americans and the many contributions made to the development of America and the American way of life. And whereas in 1915, Dr. Carter Godwin Woodson, along with 4 others, founded the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History. And whereas Woodson desired greater impact through the association, which led him to start a National Negro Week in February 1926. And whereas February 2025 marks the 49th anniversary of the observation in the United States of Black History Month, every president since Gerald Ford has officially designated the month of February as Black History Month. And whereas President Gerald R. Ford officially recognized Black History Month in 1976, calling upon the public to seize the opportunity to honor the too often neglected accomplishments of Black Americans in every area of endeavor throughout our history. And whereas Black History Month, or National African American History Month, is an annual celebration of achievements by Black Americans and a time for recognizing the central role of African Americans in U.S. history. And whereas other countries around the world, including Canada and the United Kingdom, also devote a month to celebrating Black history. And whereas the theme of Black History Month 2025 is African Americans and labor, focusing on the various and profound ways that work and working of all kinds, free and unfree, skilled and unskilled, vocational and voluntary, intersect with the collective experiences of Black people. And whereas Black Lives Matter began in 2013 with the goal of rallying around important issues in the African American community and seeks to promote justice and freedom for all. Now, therefore, I, Nicole Brown, Mayor of the City of Ypsilanti, on behalf of City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2025 as National Black History Month in the City of Ypsilanti, Michigan, and I urge all citizens to join us in extending recognition and honor during this month and throughout the year to African Americans for outstanding achievements and contributions to our nation. Given under my hand and seal of the City of Ypsilanti, February 4th, 2025. To continue to acknowledge the contributions of Black people to America. We are a part of the soil. We tilled the soil, We helped to create this nation. I think it's really important to continue to acknowledge that even when folks are trying to discredit all types of people who have contributed to our country and where we are today. I am honored to be sitting in this seat as a Black woman, as a mayor of a community. My ancestors would not have ever foreseen that. And so again, I am proud to be Black. I'm proud to be an American, and I hope that we get on the right track because we are definitely off the rails right now. And so I thank you all for supporting me adding this proclamation to our agenda. Any other comments from council? Councilmember McLean?
And for drawing a line to current times and also for the detail in the proclamation. So
Have said, the mayor said quite well, it's more important this year, it seems, than ever, to reaffirm our support for and recognition of Black History Month. It's amazing to me that it seems only been 2 weeks that this administration has been around. But during that time, they've managed to blame wildfires on DEI, managed to blame airplane crashes on DEI hires. They've hired a high-level staff from the State Department who has ties to white nationalist groups who said in October 2024 that competent white men must be in charge if you want things to work. That's a direct quote. Had its agencies, in this case the VA, call speakers who had been invited to speak at MLK events and told them, you can still come, but you can't talk about DEI things, whatever that might mean, equity, inclusion, civil rights. To his credit, this was a county commissioner in Franklin County, Ohio, who told him to pound sand and find another speaker. But it's simply amazing that something like that would happen. And the history to which others have alluded is such that this was not a partisan issue until now. Gerald Ford was a life member. Gerald Ford, Republican, was a life member of the NAACP. George W. Bush unveiled a portrait of MLK in the White House, brought Coretta Scott King to that unveiling in a very, very moving ceremony. George W. Bush talked about how that portrait would hang in the White House in perpetuity in order to remember the contribution to civil rights that Dr. King had made. One wonders how long that portrait's going to be there. So with all that as background, I hope quite obviously I stand fully supportive of the resolution. Am glad to be part of a community that continues to value all of its residents, and am thoroughly supportive of the resolution. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember McLean?
I just want to simply say I am glad that we can have a resolution like like this here at the Ypsilanti City Council. And I am proud to celebrate Black History Month this month and every day.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments before I move on? Next, we'll have the annual report from the Human Relations Commission presented by Kat Layton. Harper, hello. What'd you say?
That was removed.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good to see y'all.
You too, Justin.
Yes, absolutely. We will be brief. So in the agenda packet, just so everyone is aware, pages 6 through 50 of this agenda packet has the Human Relations 2024 annual report.
Yeah.
It is detailed.
It is.
It is detailed, but we didn't want to miss anything. And we also really wanted to make sure we were portraying an accurate picture as to what we were working on very hard. We worked very diligently on a few issues that I sometimes feel like didn't quite make it fully here at this microphone at City Council. So we really wanted to make sure that it was all in there, all of our efforts, all of our hard work, all of our emotions, all of our committees that we formed, all of our thoughts behind the community forum series. all of the memos we received, all of the memos that we got are in there. And that's also for public record as well. So if you like to learn about that stuff or you're interested, it's all available. So I just wanted to break that down for you. But so it includes our 2025 calendar event, or like what all of our upcoming meetings are. It also goes through just like key takeaways from each meeting, joint, special, regular meetings. Do you have anything you want to add about that? Okay. And then also like our commission accomplishments, some really big ones. We really started actually forming conversation around the discrimination process and the complaint process in the city. So historically, there was not an actual formal complaint process online readily available for people to see how they could file a complaint should they have experienced discrimination. But now we have a tracking system. We're able to see how many complaints are coming through to the city. That way we can actually study the problem, which is one of the tasks that the advisory body of the Human Relations Commission has. And also, yes, it is Black History Month, and we definitely want to celebrate that every month. And part of the mission of the Human Relations Commission is to eradicate discrimination and prejudice in the city, and that includes in policies. So as much as we support Juneteenth, as much as we support Black History Month, which are extremely important things, we should also be supporting policies that are also centering equity, diversity and inclusion of all people that are protected class residents. And we have some requests to council, just like some continued support, just maybe some trainings would be really great. I know that there's going to be conversations about that sometime, I think in the next few months, maybe this month. March.
A whole meeting. In
Okay, great. A whole meeting in March. I'm excited. We're excited. That will be great. Just to be able to get on the same page. And just really looking forward to having this community forum series. One of the things that we did was create working groups so that way we could utilize outside commission meeting time to be able to have brainstorm working sessions, to be able to come back to the actual commission's meetings to vote on things. And part of the community forum series was to talk about housing. I still think that will be important, since there's a community benefits ordinance that could be reworked since it's been expired. And we definitely need to have that conversation. Yeah. So I think that kind of summarizes, excuse me, the 50 pages, if you will.
Trust me, lots of details.
Yes, thank you. Is that it?
Yeah, you said it. I think you did a wonderful job. You all keep up the good hard work. I know it's not a easy position that you all sit in. I know most of y'all, and yeah, just your hearts are in the right places, and keep on working hard.
One more thing. So sorry. I can't help but say this. Since you do have voting powers to appoint people onto commissions, I do ask that on their applications, they specify their interest in the commission they're applying for with like actual specificity about it. We do have some commissioners, one of which we had to amend the minutes to remove a video that was added to our agenda calling equity toxic. And since it's a human relations commission that's supposed to believe in equity, I think that might be something for y'all to reconsider. It is in the annual report, so please review it. Since y'all are talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion here, it kind of feels like it would be full circle to maybe reevaluate some commission appointments. So thank you.
Thank you. Did you all want to take questions?
Oh. I didn't know yes,
You
absolutely.
can,
Yeah.
Justin.
Please, questions. Yes.
Any questions from, there may not be any, but I'm just gonna, questions from council. Councilmember Simmons.
Hello, thank you for your very thorough report. I was actually impressed by all of the reports that we got from our commissions. I was just gonna speak to, I noticed there was the list of requests for council. And so I was like appreciating clarity about what it is that y'all want from us. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that. I don't have really a question about it, but thank you.
Thank you for being open to that.
Kat or Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, commissioners. One of the things that I've found, and maybe it was because I was a new a new member of this body at the time, but something that I frankly had been confused by and continue to be confused by, and it's not specific to this commission, but it applies to others as well, is when a commission makes a recommendation, the format that that recommendation takes. Now, I'll be very clear. To me, what I think is the appropriate measure is to say specifically, here's what we are recommending in specific language. Now, I believe in some cases we've had something like that, I believe, but in other cases we clearly had direction, if I understood correctly, from commissions that said, pass a resolution about X, about a certain subject area, right? Or here's the kind of direction we want to go, and you figure out the wording. To me, at least in theory, the value of our commission, the value of the commissions of all kinds, is that they do that deep dive. And my hope, I have to hear from, I guess, the city manager whether this is appropriate, but they work even with our city attorney and say, here's what we have in mind, make sure that what we're doing also passes legal muster. So my short question is, do you have a sense for when you bring policies forward to us in the future, kind of what format those will take or should take?
Great question, honestly, because it has been a little bit of a whirlwind in figuring out that. So when we passed resolutions, it was as a please do this as a recommendation from our advisory body. This is our resolution, and be it resolved to y'all to make the decision from there on forward. There were a few examples, 3 specifically, where I took on the liberty of writing some of the language after what we captured of our ideas of what we were wanting. And then the other one was, I'm not really sure how I would write this. I would lean on an attorney. And then that resolution, which was the fair housing ordinance, actually ended up causing way more confusion than it did actually help. And that was the one that I didn't really have my hands on. And so I'm not really sure if that was just because there wasn't a clear communication of what we were looking for. We had a presentation from Nation Outside who really went through the thorough process of what a fair housing ordinance would look like. And that wasn't really entirely captured in the one that we presented to council. And that one was modeled off of Ann Arbor, but there was a lot of gaps in that. That created confusion for the public, including myself, which definitely led a lot of people astray as to what the spirit of the resolution and ordinance amendment proposal was going for. Since then, we have had staff provide a resolution template, which was really helpful. And I am still looking forward to this March meeting where commission trainings will happen, because I do hope that that gets a little bit of the kinks out of the way so we can have better communication loops, if you will, of being more of an active body where we're not just kind of spinning our wheels, doing a lot of work, having a lot of great dialogue that's not, for some reason, making its way up to council. And that's why I did recommend to city clerk, if it was possible, to include all of the minutes for each commission meeting that's happened since each city council meeting, where that way the city council members and mayor can see what the commissions have been talking about within the city council meetings. I think that would just be a really good opportunity for y'all to see what's happening. I understand you can't watch hours-long footage for each single commission meeting, but there is a lot of robust dialogue that happens that's not quite captured and then not quite translated up to y'all. So it does create this frustration of why are we not understanding each other? So that's a good question, and the resolution template should be able to help with that, along with the training.
Thank you. You have another question? Go ahead. Yeah, it's fine. I saw Amber's hand.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you-
But just one more. Thank you, Mayor. Maybe a technical question, but you did read what you included, including a lot of the minutes. And one of the things that was to me unclear is in several cases you referenced, I have it right, there was discussion about something. But I think, to me, it would be helpful for an outside audience to understand whether it's important to me to know if the whole group agrees, or if it was a divided vote?
Yeah, our votes are captured completely. Any motion resolution is captured. The actual dialogue is not completely captured, and that is a qualm of mine. I actually complain about that often because I wish it was. But we could have a note taker be appointed to be able to capture more of the dialogue, but every decision is captured. The motions are captured. Who votes what is captured. Who's absent is captured. So everything required by Open Meetings Act, even though we maybe are technically not abided by it, but technically maybe are, everything is captured still. And yes, I try to be diligent about some of the dialogue that you can just go back and listen to the YouTube video if you really want to hear it for yourself. But I did summarize it in bullet point form for you if you'd prefer that route. I did not capture timestamps. That is the one thing. I'm so sorry.
Wow.
I know.
Yeah, it was very detailed. I think we could find it if we needed to. Councilmember Fellows, you had a question?
Yeah, I mostly just want to extend my appreciation to both of you and to all commissioners that are volunteers and do this out of basically passion and want to do for your community. So I think often that work goes kind of thankless. I was on the Human Relations Commission from 2016 to 2019, and I think that really our path forward in my view and my hope is that we have deeper collaboration between the commissions and city council, and so that we can spread the work a little bit easier. And so with that, I think it will include building trust and letting commissioners know that you are deeply appreciated, and we want to support the things that you're working on. And so we'll just have to figure out the communication channels to do that. And I'm hopeful for this meeting in March that we can begin to structure that. Yeah, so thank you again. And thank you for the detail. I like that you laid out the whole history of the commission as well. I mean, it's been defunct since 2021, but it's really been defunct since the end of 2019. So it's just great to see it back going. So thank you.
We are really an eager bunch. We work well together. And I wanted to say there was a staff liaison change a few times in the middle of our commission meeting, but we really did work as resiliently as possible to springboard back, getting into conversation and dialogue. And also shout out to Councilmember King for being our liaison, has been really helpful as well for us. So thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. All right. Thank you both. I think we're good. Thank you. Next we have the annual report from the Police Advisory Commission
Commissioner Wolkoff expressed that she would be late or possibly not here at all. So if we could just postpone this item, and if she comes up, if we could take it back up, if that's
I'm
acceptable.
pretty sure she's not gonna be.
Okay.
All right.
We'll just
Well, we
accept
did
the report.
receive the report.
I
You
do
can
have an
review it.
inside track.
We yeah, you do know. And if we have questions, we can reach out to that commission, but we did receive it before the meeting, well, a couple weeks ago, so we've had it. All right, thank you. All right, moving into our resolutions, Councilmember King, you have resolution 2025-016.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the minutes of the January 21st, 2025 City Council meeting be approved. That's a move.
Moved by Councilmember King, supported by Councilmember Queen. Everything looked good to everyone on the minutes.
I had a note that I've lost, that there was a correction due, but I can send it to you.
All right. Anything from anyone down on this side?
Supported.
Councilmember Queen. All right, seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Member Fellows,
Yes.
Member Tucson,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Tucson, you have 2025-017.
Yes, resolution number 2025-017 resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas in December of 2024 and January of 2025, the City Council engaged in goal budget prioritization exercises with the valuable assistance from facilitator Dr. Morgan Milner and City Administration, and whereas Mr. Milner prepared 5 strategic goals, which outlines the results of the City Council's goal-setting sessions, and whereas during the 3 goal sets,
During the 3 goal session meetings, City Council, City Administration, and the facilitator developed 5 strategic budget priorities with further clarity provided in the attached report. Budget priority number 1, public infrastructure, buildings, and roads. Budget priority number 2, Water Street. Budget priority number 3, public safety and public health. And priority number 4, shelter and housing. Priority number 5, staffing capacity. As pursuant to section 5.02 of Ypsilanti City Charter, the City Council desires to adopt goals, objectives, and budget priorities for 2025, 2026 to provide the necessary direction to the city manager for allocation of resources for fiscal 2025, 2026 proposed budgets. Now therefore be it resolved by the City of Ypsilanti that the Ypsilanti City Council does hereby adopt the Ypsilanti City Council 2024-20 excuse me, 2024 to 2025 goal setting report as the city council's budget priorities for fiscal year 2025, 2026. Be it further resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council does hereby direct the city manager to consider these adopted priorities during the preparation of fiscal year 2025, 2026 budget in accordance with section 5.02 of the Ypsilanti City Charter, and I so move.
Support. Moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Councilmember King. City Manager?
Council, this is just a report that was developed based on the, both the department head, strategic planning, and then as well as, the 2 sessions held with council. I simply just took the 5 top goals and added them to the resolution as it looked as if there was consensus on those. And a lot of the down list goals, I feel that a lot of them could fit in these top 5 since they're broad.
Exercise, I think Dr. Milne did a nice job. And I think we did come up with some priorities. One of the challenges I think we had was, and this was alluded to maybe at the last minute or the last meeting, is that some of these goals are really specific and others are really broad. And some of the broad ones kind of subsume some of the more specific ones. But we wound up with a list of that mix, and we ended up with several that had support more than 50%, but others that had support of less, in some cases far less than 50%. And I'm a little concerned that we publish a report that suggests that our goals include things that far less than 50% of us prioritized. So that to me isn't by definition a goal, at least if we value majority opinion. Similar thoughts. I'm thinking about some kind of an amendment that simply adds a line on that page. It's the page with the multiple colors, and just states that the following that the real goals are the ones that I think that got 50% or more.
But so like the green says represents significant agreement. That's not clear enough for you. Because Professor Milner broke it down where in the yellow section it says emerging agreement, and then the red, I think he was being strength based, and he said, opportunity for shared wins instead of like non-agreement or, no, not majority. But all of those that have more than the 50, well, 155 is in the middle, but they all say represent significant agreement on here. So you want something that says something even more specific than that.
Really what I object to is where it says at the bottom,
Opportunity.
represents opportunity after shared wins. Those might more accurately in my mind say represents significant disagreement or does not represent significant agreement.
I guess I may disagree with that because I don't think that's the way that he had us to score them, was not on what we don't agree with. We had like a limited number of points, whatever we want to call it, to give. And I like this breakdown because it shows, where there was a majority of consensus, but I don't think any of them had like a deficit-based response in terms of how he asked us to work this out. Um, I, Maybe I need more clarity on what exactly you want to see. So, because the ones that city manager included in the resolution are all of the green, which is that we had majority folks supported these. And so that's what ended up here as where we're taking direction to lead the charge. What would you like to see with the latter?
What I'd like to see, Mayor, is something that indicates to the public and anyone who might read this report, say that yes, the things in green are in fact priorities that we were together able to identify. But the other ones, no, not so much. They might rise up. We might yet develop a consensus on those somewhere in the future. But they didn't come from this process, right? People simply, because they voted for other things, they therefore didn't have enough votes to vote for the ones that are in that sort of orange-pink salmon color.
This is the one thing that brings up where I was trying to gain clarity in the process in that moment when we were talking about goals and themes, and I immediately said I had a different opinion of what a theme was than some of the things that were being said, because some of them were more granular and down into the weeds and some of them were more big picture. And I thought if we were talking about themes, the big picture idea is what we would list and then talk about our wants, needs under those umbrellas. And I think we ended up here because of that, because Professor Millionaire allowed folks to just shout out what's coming up for you. Because I think that some of these things fall into the green themes at the top as well. And so maybe what it is not to say there wasn't consensus around them, but the broader theme may have gotten more support because it's the broader theme. And these are some of the actual action items that can be done to meet those needs at the top. And so for instance, for myself, I'll speak for me, I wouldn't give a vote to two things that I think were the same. So I picked the broader theme at the top, if that makes sense. But I'll let others, speak. Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I agree with you, Mayor, that I interpret this mostly as just thematic, and I think it's fine for kind of like a very general direction for staff to take, but it is up to a high amount of interpretation. So I think it'll be upon us to be very granular and specific during the actual budgeting and priorities so that we can give more specific direction to staff for particular, priorities that we have. And just so the public knows, we're like discussing a list of like 15 council priorities that was evaluated by a facilitator to what our consensus priorities are. And yeah, I think this is very broad, and topics like Water Street can be interpreted in 1,000 different ways. So we'll just have to be specific.
And I think also when we get to the budget, that is where the work comes in, or we go through, the different areas of the budget and then we tie them back to what our goals were. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't see a need to remove that, but, Councilmember Simmons, I'm sorry. I know I saw your hand out of my peripheral, right?
Yes,
Okay, so
thank you. I just want to say thank you. I just want to show support for what the mayor expressed. My understanding is the same. I brought this up when at our last meeting, which was to say how a lot of the things similarly that I voted on was under these headings, and things that we list that we know we talked about under those things were pulled out in these different ways. And so that did impact my vote. So I think removing that actually removes the richness, as we were talking about how people actually know what the discussions are and what we're talking about at this table, and really what we mean by some of these things. And I think it's really clear in these 5 budget priorities. I think people understand that those are the things that reached the highest consensus. I don't think we have to further explain or disappear things. And I feel that's enough for that. Thank you.
Thank you. It's now, so you're gonna say
He's
something.
moving, he's moving. As a person who looks at numbers all the time, I a recommendation. His report is just what he captured, and you know, as others have said, I think those things fit into
I guess just to say it out, that when we're moving into budget, for instance, these are the themes. The green section are really the themes, in my opinion. They were always the themes for me. And the other pieces were ideas and other pieces that we wanted to add and wanted to delineate out because they were of importance to whomever, the multiple folks who shared them. So we are in agreement when we move into budget that we will be talking about the broader themes, but then looking at allocation for whatever the granular stuff is that we want to add under those umbrellas going forward. Does that feel okay to you as well?
Sure.
You still want this? Okay, no.
Yes,
Okay.
no.
Okay.
Go for it.
All right. Okay, thank you. Further discussion? Okay.
I'm just one.
Further discussion on this resolution?
So I want to talk about this more fully during the discussion about Water Street, but just want to note, because shelter and housing is on our top theme consensus priorities, that it's something that I would like to discuss tonight as a possible um, allocation from our housing trust for the issues of shelter. So I'm just bringing that up now, but I'll keep it for the later discussion.
Thank you. On this.
Councilmember McLean,
No.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcox,
yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember McLean, you have 2025-018.
Thank you, Mayor. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas in 2016, the City of Ypsilanti entered into a lease agreement with DTE and Highland Cemetery for the installation of a solar array. And whereas the agreement provided that the Highland Cemetery would receive 75% of the revenue produced by the lease and the city 25%, and whereas the city receives roughly $20,000 through personal property taxes paid by DTE for the solar array. And whereas the Highland Cemetery Board has requested to dissolve the agreement and use the additional revenue to better maintain the cemetery grounds, now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Ypsilanti hereby dissolve the lease agreement between DTE, the city, and the Highland Cemetery, and allow that all revenue produced by the lease be allocated to the Highland Cemetery. I so move.
Support. Oh,
It's been moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcox.
Council, just some background on this. In 2024, not 2024, 2016, the had this opportunity to install a solar array. At that time, then city manager Ralph Lang requested that the city, DTE, and the cemetery enter into an agreement in which the city would capture 25% of that lease of the cemetery grounds. Some board members of the Highland Cemetery have approached me, and this has been roughly 10 years of collecting $8,000. But this $8,000 can do much more to assist the cemetery than the city. Their cemetery is, they're not getting a ton of revenue off other things. So just to maintain the grounds and better keep the cemetery, I was making the recommendation to dissolve the agreement.
Thank you.
Agreement between the cemetery and DTE, and DTE owns the equipment.
Correct.
And a question came up from Dave before he left is, who's going to pay for that?
Owns that, so they would be the responsible party.
Or $1,000 a year on that?
On the personal property taxes, yes.
And I believe that's part of the Highland Cemetery is owned by the county, and I'm just curious as to which part.
Yeah, it's gonna be on the other side of the road, I believe. There's some interesting ship of that Highland Cemetery. It's very old, but yes, either the county or the township owns part of the cemetery. So it's kind of a quagmire.
It'd be interesting to learn more about the quagmire.
Yeah.
'Cause I see it listed on our county property holdings and just was curious about that. And also Highland Cemetery board structure was mentioned. Is that a part of a private group or is that
It's the cemetery is a 501c3, so it's just a board for that nonprofit to maintain the cemetery.
understood?
Mhm.
And then the revenue loss for the city from dissolving this contract, what would that be?
8,000 annually.
8,000. Okay.
Councilmember McLean?
City manager, uh, am I correct in believing that this is sort of a one-off? This is not something that we have a lot of similar types of agreements out there,
Yeah.
so. I mean,
There's nothing like this that I'm aware of.
it's not as if we're doing something special for them that we would
No,
for somebody else, because nothing else like that exists.
some of the confusion with the lease is the city doesn't own any of the cemetery. So we're getting paid for a lease for property that's not ours.
One might suggest that this is rectifying
Correct.
something
I
that
would
could have been
agree.
done a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
But I should also just, as kind of note for the record, that the group does good work, and that cemetery is a city gem. Includes various special areas, including for
Councilmember Fellows' point, I did look this up on the county plat map, and that actually shows that the county owns the vast majority of the property between Clark Road, River Street, and down to Forest, not all the way down to Forest, but there's just a little divot taken out, like right where the entrance is. But that map can't be correct. I mean, it's just like, and they own part of the fen that's like down the hill from there and things like that. So that map is out of date, and actually the new one doesn't work anymore. It worked for a week and then went away, and then no, it's a bizarre map. There's other inaccuracies in that map too.
Councilmember Fellows?
So then should the county be receiving revenue sharing?
No, it's to correct the map.
They just fixed the map. Yeah. There's a few, there's a few places. I did have an opportunity to talk to a member of the cemetery board and, kind of like what the city manager said, there's so much more they could do with that $8,000 for cemetery upkeep and all the specialized areas within it. And so I support this, we've gotten 8,000 for 10 years. I think that's a good stretch. We can give it back. So anything further from council?
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
McLean.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, you have 2025-019.
I do indeed. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas City Council wishes to have more time to review agenda items, and whereas City Council wants the business of the city to be transparent for constituents, and now therefore be it resolved that the attached schedule for agenda item due dates and deadlines be adopted, and I so move.
Support.
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, supported by Councilmember Tucson. Right. Whether
So I'm hoping that I gleaned all the information correctly from our meeting. And the proposal is that the agenda will be published Wednesday, 6 days before a meeting. Backing that up, for the agenda to be posted on Wednesday, all items will be due Tuesday, 1 week before the meeting at 3 p.m. And the day before that, on Monday by 9 a.m., titles of items will be due. That's generally the way we've always worked now, to give the clerk and the council and the city manager an idea of what's coming, just a title. It also helps me figure out how to put the agenda together. Caveat is that there are a couple of holidays that throw us on that, and with that, they wouldn't be able to be pushed back quite the same way. 1 day forward, so a Thursday it would be published as opposed to a Wednesday. I'm moving every day back.
Want to add to what you had to say, clerk. So the clerk, city manager, mayor pro tem, and myself met to discuss a few matters regarding agenda setting and agenda format, but we really just focused in on the agenda items due date for this particular meeting that we had. So I do anticipate we will have another meeting in the future. I don't think we have that scheduled, so that might be something to work on tonight. But so this is just a very opening solution that we had discussed as to getting more notice to the public of items on the agenda and allowing council more time to, read through a 200-page packet. And this doesn't preclude any of the other rules that we have where we, if it's absolutely needed, the agenda can be amended at a later time. But this is just with the goal of publishing the agenda a little bit earlier, and hopefully that could improve our ability to information that we're getting, communicate with the staff for questions that we may have, communicate with the necessary parties to be able to make a good decision at council meeting and not have, very long council meetings because there's so much, information that needs to be discussed. So that is why this is here.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
That pretty much summed it up. There were various schedules that were considered in this, and some of it being even further in advance of this. And the one point I wanted to make is that with this Monday due date, that gives council that weekend to put these things together, and then a couple days to have the details worked out for the items. So, still with the plan that we should come to the clerk with as much information as possible, not just the topics, but as much flesh on the bone as possible at that point, so that there's minor changes that need to happen within that time period to get it published. So.
Thank you. Yeah, you all both summed it up pretty well. I think the other piece for the rest of council is that I know in the past we had talked about other formats of just how we even plan to discuss items and bring things to the table so that we can be prepared to vote. And we decided to handle that separate from this and just start with giving us and the community more time to digest what's coming out, as Councilmember Fellow said. And then we can have other discussions of this subcommittee about, do we want to reformat how we do working sessions and our business going forward? But we want to do something to get the ball rolling, to give us some more time to start. Any questions or comments from council? Okay. If there are no comments, then Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, actually, you have 020.
I do indeed. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti has an interest in removing Peninsular Dam, whereas the city has partnered with Huron River Watershed Council to both study the feasibility and work towards the removal of the dam, and whereas the city applied for funding for a grant through the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and whereas the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation granted the City of Ypsilanti a grant in the amount of $7.5 million and 80 cents. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Ypsilanti acknowledge the city manager's authority to sign the grant agreement for the City of Ypsilanti with the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and I so move.
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Support.
supported by Councilmember Simmons.
Just a brief overview. Council was aware of the grant award, and then given some activities at the federal level, we wanted to hasten the contract being signed and get it over so we can, receive our grant. So that's the only reason for this.
Thank you. Questions or comments from council?
I had just assumed that you had that authority anyway. But
Yeah, I thought so too. I didn't know you did.
specifically stated, but as the city administrator, that you would be able to do that. So, but I appreciate the timeliness of your signing and the clarification so that we don't have anything. Except the money, of course.
Oh, we want that. We want that. Any additional comments or questions? Ready? Please call the roll.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson, Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilson.
Yes.
Carries unanimously.
Thank you. Councilmember Simmons, you have
Mhm.
021.
I do. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas City Council approved a grant to organizations that serve the youth in the city, and whereas Trades Program for Youth and Adults is an organization currently serving the youth in City of Ypsilanti, and whereas Trades Program for Youth and Adults has submitted a grant application, now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approves a mini grant to Trades Program for Youth and Adults in the amount of $5,000 to support programs assisting community youth through their efforts, and I so move.
Support. Been moved by Councilmember Simmons, supported by Councilmember King. If folks from the committee want to start, and then I think we might have representatives from this organization in the audience.
Yeah.
Hello. All right. So if you all want to maybe start, and then we can ask them to come up and speak to us if they.
Okay. So thank you. So the youth mini grant subcommittee is myself, council members King and Tucson, and we met and went over all of the applications. I know maybe after we do these, I know some people were asking for some feedback. Maybe we could do that after we talk about the ones that are here tonight. This one was a program where I'm trying to look at what were my notes from this. One of the things I know we appreciate about this, we were, when we were looking at the variety of programs, we were looking at the different needs that are being served by them. And so we appreciated this one focusing on trades and thinking about really access to economic mobility and development for young people. So that was something that stood out about this one for us.
Yeah,
Sorry,
and
Tisa?
Yeah, and then on my end, reason why I went ahead and also supported along other fellow council members was because after high school, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I didn't know if I wanted to go to college. I didn't know. But actually figuring out and understanding like trades and all of that actually gave me a new outlook on life. It not only did it afford me the opportunity to be able to be fortified fiscally, but it was like kind of like a confidence boost. 'Cause I'm in the HVAC trade, so having a confidence boost, knowing I could be able to do things with my own hands, and I'm a service guy, so being able to give back to the community in a different way, like helping somebody who's down on their luck with their AC or their furnace or whatever, being able to do that, it definitely built that confidence up in me, and to see that that could possibly happen for youth in our city, I'm all for it. So thank you.
You. So we wanted to give you an opportunity if you want to share about your program or anything you want us to know. Good evening. Welcome.
We're residents of Ypsilanti, have been for over 30 years. Um, Long story short, how do we say thank you to everybody? My husband, I'm the executive director of Trades Program for Youth and Adults. This is the founder, the trades person. I have no trades experience, but my husband is a retired carpenter from the University of Michigan. Started this with his master's on studying the skill trade gap. And his professor, what do you do with it? How can you close that gap? And his project was actually creating trade scouts, middle schoolers and high schoolers. You've heard of Boy Scout and Girl Scout, same, no camping. My husband gives the group tools. They tie every career to the tools, and then they do a huge project. We've affected over 100 students since we've been involved for the last 2 years. That's the reason we were late. Our classes are on Tuesday and Thursday, and it's middle schoolers and high schoolers. And we laugh because it's the best group you can ever have. You see young people, like you say yourself, especially our 11th, 12th graders, they don't even know what's out there. The theme of our program is you can't go where you don't know. And so our whole concept is, and my husband's team is letting young men and women know what's out there. The other thing that we say, this is our model, just think it through. So tonight they had to put together something. We always say, even if you're not going to go in trades, put a cabinet together for your grandmother. Oh, will she be impressed? And then of course I want my husband to say whatever, because this is his baby that he came up with.
Try to keep it short, is that, yes, I am carpenter for the University of Michigan, and I ended that back in 2021. I was there for 35 years, 26 of those years as a carpenter for the University of Michigan. And although I got my bachelor's, which was human resource management, but to go into that field would have been stepping back far as financially. So I stayed a carpenter, and then later I went ahead and got my master's in construction management. And so, like my wife said, through the process of studying, it just, just happened to stumble upon this project where I was doing a study out of on the city of Detroit, and it was during the time when they were building like Little Caesars Arena and a lot of construction. And I just became mesmerized by the concept of the contractors being fined by the city because they wasn't hiring, 51% of the staff from the city of Detroit. And so as I dug deeper and dug deeper, it just, consumed me. And so that's why just took this venture to just try to enlighten individuals on the concept of just going into the trade. I mean, the money is there. And I just think a lot of people just don't know about it. And like Roland, I mean, I'm sure you can attest, me, myself, like I said, I chose to not do the human resource management. I chose the trades, over that. So, and you can make a comfortable living. I'm not saying you're going to be a rock star, but if you budget right, spend your money right, you know, be conservative, you can make a comfortable living. You know.
Can you approach the mic so that folks online can hear you too?
One of the things that our program does different than even schools, we talk to our young people about being homeowners. Even if they're not going to go into, even if they're not going to go into trades, we talk to our young people about the fact of being able to fix something in your home. Even tonight, my husband and his team say AI is not going to fix your toilet.
That's right. No, that's right. I know that.
And if I could add,
We may have some questions, so just don't go too far.
if I could add one more thing, just to speak to that point that she just made, it came a time in my own home. This is a personal testament. It came a time in my own home where my my gas furnace thing, I forget the name is escaping me right now. This is my profession.
Okay.
But it stopped working. And I got a quote from a HVAC company of $700+ to fix this thing. I fixed it for $25 with a whole new board. So learning these types of things can not only obviously get you some money, but it can save you some money too. So once again, I support y'all. Thank you.
So one of the things we do is take students to the University of Michigan Hospital, because of course my husband knows all the trades people. Not the hospital, we take them to the big house. And the funniest story we tell is how they met the trades people there. My husband points, say, see that guy over there? The toilets must flush when Ohio and Michigan play.
So I have a couple questions. So number one, I love this because I work with youth and everybody is not gonna go to college. Everybody doesn't want to do the same thing, right? And so opportunities across the board for folks to learn how to work with their hands or go into some type of trade it's just so important to expose our young people to that. I'm wondering, and I read your application. I just want to make sure, where are you all hosting the classes? Like, where do those classes happen?
So we are right now at Christian Love Fellowship.
Okay.
Pastor Harold, who is also works in the school system, actually found out about our program and actually allowed us to come there. So this is our third session. To be really direct, I'm a Flint girl, and we kicked it off in Flint. Long story short, we met the mayor of Flint at a funeral back in 2021, pitched the idea to them in 5 minutes, and we kicked off the program in Flint, Michigan.
I can believe that.
Yep. And it's crazy though. Our neighbors found out we were doing it in Flint and told us, come back home.
I know that's right. Thank you. Yes. Well, thank you. Further comments or questions from council? Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Sounds like a great project. Congratulations. I'm curious to know if you have any connections with WCC and some of their trades programs.
Well, their trades program, a lot of it has went down, and we touched base with WCC for a moment, but no, our connection has been more on the other side in regards to the high schoolers and middle schoolers. We would love to get more contact with WCC.
Yeah.
Do you know somebody?
Used to be on the board, so
You got
too. Yeah.
yeah, would love to explore that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Further comments?
I guess I would just like to say thank you for submitting your application. We had about 5 applications, I think, and I'm just glad we chose. I feel like we chose the right recipient.
Oh. Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimous.
Congratulations. Thank you. Councilmember King, you have 2025-022.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas City Council approved the grant to organizations that serve the youth in the city. And whereas All About Speed Track Club is an organization currently serving the youth in the city of Ypsilanti. Whereas All About Speed Track Club has submitted a grant application. Now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approves a mini grant to All About Speed Track Club in the amount of $4,000 to support programs assisting community youth through their efforts. I so move.
Support.
Then moved by Councilmember King, supported by Councilmember Simmons.
My apologies, the agenda had
Okay,
a typo. The
thank you.
resolution is correct.
Okay, thank you. I was going to ask that question. Thank you so much. All right, who would like to start on this one? On the subcommittee?
You go ahead. Y'all know if nobody says nothing. Come on.
Like, let me give y'all a chance. Good.
So once again, I supported alongside my fellow council members this organization to receive this mini grant because I also have another personal connection to track.
Oh,
It
okay.
actually is one of my favorite sports. And I also on the youth side, I see it as just like many other sports and seeing youth participate in it, building team building, being able to talk to one another, being able to work as one cohesive unit to get the job done. I believe that this is something that is continuously needed, and through this organization and through this mini grant, I hope to see that continue. So that's my support.
Thank you. Anybody else on the subcommittee? Before, are the applicants here? Please come forward. You can come forward.
On Brandon, I think.
Sean Brandon, good evening. Welcome.
Good evening.
If you want to say anything before I have them tell us a little bit more about their organization.
Oh, hello. Oh, look at this. All the friends. So, I mean, I know, I mean, you know, I know a lot of the orgs that applied. But I know this one because my daughter actually was a track star with them. So, so I see some of her friends or coaches. Yeah. So, but also just a note, Mr. Brandon is only a track star at night. During the day, he's a media specialist within our school system. So that's her favorite part. Yes.
I am a man of many hats.
I see. All right. Well, good evening, and feel free to tell us about your organization.
Hi, my name is Sean Brandon Jr. I am the president and founder of All About Speed Track Club. We've actually been in operation for about a decade now, but we've been in Ypsilanti since 2001. 2020. All right, I got that right.
It's fine. All good.
Correct. What started out as just kind of a neighborhood track club because I was 24. I was done running track in college, and I had two younger sisters who said they wanted to be like their big brother. And I figured, well, you and all your friends like running. We're gonna start a team. And we've been traveling around the country. And since I've moved to Ypsilanti with my wife, Jessica, I decided to keep going. And I saw a need within the community. And I said, well, I know a lot about track. I love working with kids. Why not put it all together? And I started the program. And since I've started, I've had a really good turnout as far as kids, but I've also had a good turnout as far as who the kids turn out to be. And one of my favorite people, I know I'm not supposed to have favorites as a coach, but one of my favorite people is here with me. That is Ella Krishnabis Upton. She's a senior in high school. She started as a freshman. Oh, I'm about to start crying. Dang. I said I was going to wait for her graduation. But I say she's one of my favorites because she shows up. She works hard. She gets everybody involved. And she does a great job. And that's what I like to get out of every kid who comes through the program. And the reason I really appreciate Ella is because not only does she work hard for herself, but she's willing to turn around and make sure everybody is learning and doing their best as well. Um, I thank her and her mother because they are two of our biggest supporters. I also have to make sure I give all the credit to my wife, Jessica, because I have Coach Brain, and Coach Brain means I'm not thinking anything administratively. And the moment I come home and set my gym bag down, my wife is, did you type this? Did you send this out? Did you get the schedule together? Have you talked to so and so? Why haven't you talked to so and so? I think you should talk to so and so. Have you talked to so? And so I thank her because without her, absolutely none of this would be possible. And I'm just grateful for you all here. I'm grateful for the city of Ypsilanti for welcoming small Flint, Michigan
Flint again.
graduate.
Look at that.
Oh, Flint Northern Vike Dogs, baby, all day long. I'm sorry. I got to say it every time I go somewhere. I apologize.
All right.
But just welcoming with open arms, and I'm happy to serve the city of Ypsilanti from sun up to sundown.
We love that. Thank you. Do you want to say anything? You don't have to, but you're here and you've had what, almost 4 years of experience, right?
Yeah, being on All About Speed and running with Coach Brandon has definitely been something I was not expecting to do in high school, but like the best part of my experience. I learned so much from like being on a team, being with other individuals who are just like trying to better themselves and push themselves further. And like track practices are my favorite part of the week after like going through school and everything, just having a chance to like run with people my age. And the great thing about All About Speed is it's like we have like 5-year-olds to 18-year-olds on our team. So there's like a cool opportunity for like intergenerational connections as well, and it's become an even bigger team as I've been a part of it. So now it's just like even more young people in the same space together for, the 2 days a week after school. So yeah, it's definitely like define who I am as a person and my values a lot, and how I connect with like the people in the community in Ypsilanti, and like how I know and define my community.
Thank you so much for sharing. I think it's amazing the things you just said, Ella, because I pulled back up the application and the thing that stuck out to me was the fact that you all teach the power of resilience, determination, hard work, goal setting, teamwork, time management, and self-esteem building. And that is so important for young people. And you have a testament to that. And I'm sure many others who can speak to, the qualities that they've learned, the values that they have been instilled in this. And just building community, and building community can look different, right? It can look very different depending on what you're doing, who you're with. Our communities are different. And so I love everything about this. Councilmember King?
I just wanted to say some of exactly what you just said was a reason we picked this application, because we seen in this All About Speed, we seen that older students had an opportunity to work with younger students and be leaders. So that's something we pulled out. And also we looked at access to funding. So that is another reason why we chose the two groups we chose. So again, I feel like we made the right decision.
Great.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it.
Any other comments from council? Councilmember McLean?
Thank you, Mayor. Couple of thoughts. One, I'm looking at you and wondering, were you a 400-meter guy?
Absolutely.
That's funny. Okay.
I'm recalling words that when I worked at Albion College, our then president, Murray Ditzler, used to tell his recruiter and enrollment people, go find me as many cross-country and track people as you can, because they are the ones that will graduate. And I called him on that, and he came back with me in two ways. He said, one, there's data to support it. They're the ones who are most likely to graduate. But the rationale makes perfect sense. And coming from a family of runners, you never know it looking at me now, but that was the history. And you realize that you can play other team sports and you can sort of hide, like you can dog it for a few minutes in a soccer game, but if you're on a track team or a cross country run, you can't hide. You can't say, I'm just going to not run for about 10 minutes here and then come back. It doesn't work. People have to have strength, and it only comes from within. At some level, it can only be them. And the coaches do great things to help them bring that out of them, but at the end of the day, it's their strength that matters. So I just want to give the committee that worked on this for both of these two groups, some real kudos for bringing some fantastic groups before us. So thanks for sharing your story. Real happy to support this.
I just want to echo, I was going to echo that the committee, y'all did a wonderful job. This is the most diverse pool of applicants that I've seen since we started doing these mini grants. But I also wanted to ask our applicants, I know you all have sat down, but how did you hear about them? Because one of the things that we worked really hard on as a body, we talked about marketing these more and differently. And it feels like, I don't know if it was us or if it was you, but something worked, because this is, again, a very vast pool of options that we had this time that was a little different. All applicants, there's no shade to anyone else, but very distinct differences and very diverse pool of folks. So how did you all hear about this?
Put somebody else on the spot. I heard about it through my wife,
Administrator. Okay.
who said, "Aren't you tired of spending your own money buying these kids shoes and food after meets and snacks and having everybody come to you with their sob stories about why they need coach to come pick them up?" And she's like, "We need some help. But at the same time, it's for the kids." And so I said, you know what? I know enough people in the city of Ypsilanti. Why don't I look into the city of Ypsilanti?
Mayor, if I may.
Clerk Boudreaux?
When I called to let him know that he had won, he was incredulous, completely surprised.
Yes, I was lost for words, which is hard to do at times.
I don't want to take up your time, but by chance, how did you all hear? Thank you so much, because we have been really working to get things out. So thank you. Thank you.
I just wanted to say, for me, working on this committee has been fun and interesting, especially tonight. Again, I really feel like we made the right decision, although it was a hard decision because we had good applicants. But this also gave us an opportunity to learn about other programs that are out here in our community that we didn't even know about.
No, y'all did a spectacular. This is This is my favorite thing we've done in 2025. So
Good job,
right now,
team.
this feels really good.
Good job, team.
Any other comments from council before we vote? Councilmember Simmons?
The last thing I would just say, in general, about when we were looking at the applicants, I know one of them asked for more information. One thing I would just say that was like a challenge for us was thinking about using all of the funds for a 1-day event. So I'll just name that for future applications. Just to think about, it's not a whole ton of money. So what we're looking for also is how we feel it can go far with what it is. And so yeah, so that would be just my one piece of feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's nothing further, Councilmember Fellows, sorry.
Yeah, just thank you for all of what you do for this community. Appreciate it.
Thank you. If we're all set, all right. Clerk, would y'all please call the roll?
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you both so much. All right. Council member.
Before we move on, I'm sorry.
Yes, Councilmember King.
So being that we saved $1,000 this go around, again, I know I brought a resolution to the table, and I was wondering that $1,000, is there any way we can move that to that sponsorship potentially?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe when we get to it.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Tucson.
Indeed.
Councilmember Fellows, I didn't give you anything. Okay. Tucson.
So 2023, okay, so
023.
resolution number 2025-023 resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti, whereas the city of Ypsilanti has requested to take part in the city smart program, and whereas a result would provide city staff with workshops and other benchmarking strategies, and whereas energy efficiency assists in both overall cost as well as decreasing the city's carbon footprint. Now therefore be it resolved that the city council of the city of Ypsilanti support the city entering into the pilot program, and I so move.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Will Coxon. I'll write that down.
Council, DTE approached, myself and the mayor, and we had a meeting, to discuss this pilot. It's only being offered to 3, I believe municipal jurisdictions and then, some schools. It essentially, they will come help us, benchmark, and then we'll have workshops with staff, and then they'll be able to provide us some strategies in order to, save on our energy costs. Members of DTE and Clear Result are here. I'm sure they can give a more robust description of this. I invite them up.
Going to be really brief. Molly Lumpert-Coy, Regional Manager for DTE Energy. I've been with the company for 32 years, but have lots of ties to Ypsilanti. I got my undergraduate, graduate, was chair of the foundation board, a lot of time also teaching at EMU. So have spent a lot of time, even leadership Ypsilanti programs. So it was exciting for us to be able to approach the city on this great program. And we think it's a neat way to help you from an energy efficiency standpoint, which is one of the things we're promoting. And so I have with me here Raymond Zoya, and Ray is with our EWR, Energy Waste Reduction Group, that works on energy efficiency strategies. So I'm going to turn it over to him and our SCORE team.
Thank you, Molly. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. As Molly said, my name is Ray Zoya. I work for the DT Energy Efficiency Team. My job with DT is to find programs, energy efficiency programs that are run in other parts of the country, and develop those into pilot programs here in Michigan, with the goal that these programs will be offered to all of our customers. So I'm currently managing about 11 pilots, and I have 15 in development right now. Clear Result approached us. They're one of our implementation contractors, and they're one of the leading experts in the utility industry for energy efficiency. So go ahead.
Hi, my name is Amelia Latimer. I'm an account manager with Clear Results. The goal of the pilot is to save you guys money. We will give you guys find grants for low cost and allow you to, low cost and no cost opportunity to save you guys money. That will let you have the opportunity to let you do things like give money out to grants, like wonderful grants that you did previously. We will do benchmarking, do assessments through your buildings, come through and say, hey, these are ways that you can save energy, and tell you ways to find money so you can actually implicate the ideas that we talk about, and it's no cost to you again.
Does the cost savings assessments mostly about energy time, like usage times and things of that matter, or what are the kind of
That is one of the ways that we do that, but we also come in and look at lights and say, hey, these are some LED lights replacement that we can find for you to help you save money. We also say, hey, you could also do some control systems like cutting off lights, cutting off computers, like timing, like you stated, and different things like that.
I'll just add to that from a DT program level. There's two really types of savings you can find, and one of them is through capital improvement projects, like lighting, HVAC, building envelope. There's also operational savings. We're going to study the usage of your buildings and look for potential opportunities in the way you operate those buildings and identify those savings. And there could be savings and rebates available for you under some of our existing programs. To help you get some additional funding or to possibly retrofit your lighting, for example. So.
They're no cost to us, and that always sounds very good. But how exactly does that work? Is there a lot of energy efficiency programs work by amortizing the savings, the incremental savings from the efficiency itself, and paying for example, capital improvements over time? Is that?
So I'll try to answer the question. So everybody pays an energy efficiency surcharge on their electric bill and their gas bill. And our regulators, the Michigan Public Service Commission, allows us to take 5% of that and put it into pilot programs to develop new programs that we're currently not offering to you. We pretty much pilot all our programs before they go what we call commercialized, and then they'll go into the overall program. The goal here is we're only choosing 3 schools and 3 municipalities because we're very limited on the funds we have to pilot this. But if it's cost effective for the program, we want to offer it to all of our schools and all of our municipalities. So that's why we pilot that. Did I answer the question?
Perhaps, but so in the event that you do, is what's free the assessment itself? Or if we were, for example, to like one of your ideas and say we want to make some capital improvements, is that also something that you fund, or we would have to fund that?
That's correct. Yes, the answer is yes. If we identify opportunities for you to make an investment, yes, we have programs already in place. The program is the concierge approach to give you the coaching and the tools to identify those opportunities, and then we will fund the incentives and the rebates from existing programs.
You think that cost that is already on the DTE bills, would this program make that price go up? Yes.
No, we're already granted. We spend this money no matter what. The commission allows us to spend this money for this sole purpose, to find new programs. It would not have an impact on your bill.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments from council? Councilmember Fellows?
So yeah, thanks for coming and sharing information about this. And I have no objections to a free pilot program that could result in our cost savings. So I will support this. I just would be remiss without mentioning there are efforts locally to municipalize power in Ann Arbor, and I think that is something that would benefit Ypsilanti too. So I just want to promote that there are efforts for public power that would be an alternative to monopoly like DTE, which is private servicer and one of the highest rates in Michigan. So,
Thanks. Further comments or questions from council? Joe, please call the roll. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you, and thank you all. All right, we are now at our discussion regarding Water Street fence repair and tree removals. City manager.
Do we
I think.
do the resolutions first? Oh.
Well, when we did the.
Oh, you just want to add it? Yeah,
we'll just
that's
add it
fine.
in.
That's fine.
Meeting, city council did request that we hold off on this to check in on some different things. I did reach out to the PATH team and the Washtenaw Shelter Association. CMH and the Shelter Association. CMH informed us that they have limited storage, and the Shelter Association also said that they had storage. Learning in the meeting that we had this past Friday that that storage is very limited. The PATH team did say that they would help people find different locations, as well as they coach the individuals on small footprint camping. I was in contact then with AKT. And they informed us that in order to locate a contractor, it's much easier in the winter when before, the mad rush in spring for people to have trees removed. Their biggest concern was timeline and how much further back this would push the soil removal. So we do have it planned for the spring of 2025. Again, today I was in conversations with Greg Dill and mostly Trish Cortez. And I was told that they are not currently offering hotels, but the PATH team has been offering a relocation for an extended period of time. I do have a call in to get a better grasp on that, what that means on Councilmember Fellows' comment. And there are also state and federal restrictions on timing of tree removals in this area, so that because of the bat habitat. So there are other things that have needs for them to be removed now. Meeting with the group of community members on Friday, we've talked about some donating of equipment, potential other locations for storage, and things like that. I can allow the members of that committee to go into. But that's currently where we are at with Water Street.
You
You want to go?
can go first.
I can go. So yeah, we postponed this to have this discussion to do some work around finding resolutions for campers that are on the site. We met on Friday. So over the weekend, I toured the site. There's about 13 camps set up. Not all of those are active. There's about 4 to 5 that are active. I met with Mark and went to see where he's staying, and check the stuff that he has and what it would take to remove that, and relocate it. And so, there's 13 sites there. I also went up to the city property at the end of Railroad Street, which is most people are accessing from Forest Street and going down the tracks to get there. But there's four plats in that area that people are also camping on. I talked to a couple of folks there, and so there's land up there as well that's not contaminated. Looked at Water Street, there's broken fences, there's no trespassing signs, there's no signs about the toxicity. I believe there were some there, and now they're missing. And so we need to get that redone. Looking at these sites, there's a considerable amount of belongings that can't be left behind. And the storage issue was brought up at the meeting on Friday. I'm willing to help people with storage. My property, I've thought about other options for that too. That's separate from anything that can happen with council. So there's other city property. There's about 100 units that are listed on BS&A. They're not. That includes a lot of things like medians and approaches to the highway and things like that. And so there's only a few properties that really could be useful. And I mentioned the one at the end of Railroad Street. I looked into codifying this, making a policy for a camping space. And so campsites would require a lot of work. Joe was going to get me some notes on that today, but he was in court in Judge Simpson's court about Arbor One, so I didn't get that. But in general, there are things that would need to be done in terms of establishing toilets and water and other necessities in order to make a campsite. And I looked at the Waterworks Park, which is right across the river from the accessible by a footbridge from where Water Street is. It's uncontaminated land. There are issues with that, and we kind of discussed that in the meeting on Friday as well. Is that it's a higher traffic area. It's out in the open. I was thinking of Councilmember Simmons' comments about designated parking places for people who are staying in their cars. There's a parking lot down there, and of course, all of this would require passage through the Planning Commission in terms of zoning to be able to make that an official campsite. There's a lot of work that needs to go into that to have that be an official campsite. And I looked around for other places in the state and in the country that have city-owned campsites, and not just the places that people are camping, but actually having structures that could be useful to folks in terms of toilets and garbage and things like that. So, and water. So that's a lot of work. That being said, none of that is going to happen in the next 2 weeks, right? So relocation is a lot of work. Personally, I can help with that. I'm not sure what we can do as a city to do that. Let me see what else we're working on the notes. I also made calls to the county, talked to the folks in Hawk, talked to CMH, and I talked to our commissioner, Annie Somerville, and there is no hoteling program, and this was brought up in the meeting on Friday, and that there was this misconception that there was, and I believe it, that there was money available through the county and there was an administrated program that could do this, that could do hoteling. And from all three avenues that I approached with the county, that's an ad hoc service as needed. It's not even a policy that's triggered that when they see the temperature dip, that they go out and path. It's basically commissioners calling Greg Dillon saying, we need to do this. And so there's not even a program for that. So, I looked into Barrier Busters. That's a completely different program. There's lots of different things going on there, but there's nothing for that would be helpful for this. And so at the meeting on Friday, we talked about, having more conversations with the county in terms of getting that. Commissioner Somerville pointed out that in the last September, they allocated $1.3 million for homeless services, but that's mostly for families and kids. And so that doesn't really apply to these situations at all. And with that, they also noted the problem of finding rooms when they were doing hoteling. So, and that is not a voucher system, but that is going out and securing and transporting people to those rooms. So, one of the issues that has come up and is that there's more than 2 people on Water Street, and so we're going to have to deal with that. And talking with Mark, there are people that have just shown up within the last month, we have to communicate with them about how that's relocated. So there's 3 people very close to Michigan Avenue, and there's a couple more people camping farther back on the next to the trail in the old tree nursery. So with that, I mean, there's more than 2 people involved. Anything we do as a city is going to have to account for all the people that are there, where they go and how they get there. The idea that there's going to be bulldozers rolling over people's tents and things like that is just not tenable. And I don't think anybody intends for that to be the case. So personally, I can help with relocation and donation of equipment and do that. I'm not sure how we go about this as a city at this point. I sat through the meeting on Friday, and people have pointed out here and in that meeting that I'm the guy saying the city can't do anything about it. And I don't think that's really what I was intending to get across, but that was the perception, and that is not at all what I was trying to get across. But the point is that anything we do has to be a policy that affects everybody, and we can't just do do things haphazardly, because there's more than just two people involved. And so if it was just these two people, you know, and I heed the warnings about relocating people in the middle of the winter, and that's why new equipment donations and things like that, if that's is, but it's an unsatisfactory answer. You know, the answer is people need to be in structures that have heat, and in homes, and there is no way that I can see to do that in this short term. But that we need to work on that, with the lack of services from the county. We need to work on that as a municipality, so.
Thank you. Councilmember Fellows?
Hi, yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for, giving a lot of details of what's been going on, and the city manager. I want to thank Washtenaw Camp Outreach. I want to thank Mark Country and for Mayor Pro Tem and city manager for meeting on Friday to kind of at least get the conversation started. But as someone that's spoke during public comment noted, the 2 weeks was just too short of time to be able to coordinate the meeting and then do follow-ups with county and really get a real solution going. So I am, still concerned about, that we're right at this 2-week mark, and there's no clear solution of what to do, which makes sense. It was just not long enough. One of the things I think we could do is at least something that came up in the Friday meeting was to allocate funds towards safe sheltering, or the issue of safe sheltering, so that the city manager has workable funds to attend to some of these needs when it arises, because, this is a very specific issue of contamination on city property that's affecting people. And, I think someone else stated that social welfare is considered the business of the city, and I agree with that. And so, I'm curious as to like how much is in the housing trust fund now, and seeing if we might earmark some of those funds towards this issue. The other thing I'm interested in is maybe while we're discussing it, also forwarding a task to the planning commissions to start looking at our zoning to see if we can create safe tenting at a site somewhere, so they can start working on that. So that's a medium term, not going to happen, immediately, but at least we can start working on that issue. So those are the things that I have thought of for this meeting as potential actions we can take, but it still doesn't, I think, maybe if we were able to earmark this money, it could help with some of the needs of people that are going to be asked to relocate on such a short amount of time. But it's still the clock is ticking. And so I feel like that's why we might need to make these actions tonight in lieu of not having a plan otherwise.
Thank you. All right, so we got the foundation. You're moving. Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Sort of in follow-up to Councilman Fellows' suggestions, I might put that to the city manager, whether or not he believes he would benefit from having access to some funds, needs additional funds, or already has that authority, and thoughts on what that would be used for if you did have such authority.
So that would have to be a policy developed by council, how that would be allocated. I'm not entirely sure. Do we need another staff member to manage that? I know council members Simmons and Fellows have talked about constituent services, but I would want a clear policy outlining exactly how those funds are requested and how they're allocated. So there's some guidelines behind it. I would, without a policy or dedicated funds, by my reading of the purchasing ordinance, I don't have that authority. And also, without a policy in place, if we give funds out to one person, it sets a precedent. And then if we don't have a policy in place, then again, that's a precedent that anyone that asks without certain proofs or anything like that. So I would just want some guide rails and a dedicated fund that, it doesn't need to be a fund, just a line item that would allow for that. If that's something that council would be desirous to do.
Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Follow up. I think what I heard you answer was a question of what authority you might need in the midterm.
Correct.
But I think, Councilwoman Fellows can correct me if I'm wrong, what she was suggesting is you might need authority in the short term as well for this particular situation, or maybe both.
It would be both.
Maybe both. So I do wonder what funds are available still in the Housing Trust Fund.
Not able to access that data right now because of the software changeover. If you give me a few minutes, I can pull it up if you want to continue the discussion.
All right, as we're waiting for that further discussion. Councilmember King?
I would want to ask Councilmember Fellows, is there a certain amount you were looking for to designate? And also, my other question is to the city manager. I know we talked about properties. I know Mayor Pro Tem said, he looked up a few properties, but I'm wondering, do we have a list of those properties that our city owns?
So we do have a list of city-owned properties. I don't believe any of them, it's not something I could give out in purpose of this, but if someone requested a list, we could have planning department put it together, but it wouldn't be specific to this because we can't recommend places for people to go in and violate our current ordinances.
Oh, an amount. I wish I knew what number that would be something that would actually support the needs of people, but also be within our ability. I don't know an exact figure. I know that we just granted some mini grants. So could imagine maybe in that ballpark to start as an emergency, as an emergency related to Water Street and the present plan. But that would be up to, I would be open to hearing what other people's thoughts were regarding that. I'm wondering if people support at least a motion to ask the planning commission to look at safe tenting sites and looking at our zoning code with regard to that.
I support that. And I would just say the safe tenting and like possible for the safe parking too. Because I think some of the same needs are necessary for both kinds of sites a little.
To request the planning commission look at our zoning code with regard to safe tenting and safe parking, and to make a recommendation to us at a further date.
Support. Moved by Councilmember Fellows, supported by Councilmember Simmons. And Mayor Pro Tem.
I guess the question is, what are you envisioning as safe tenting? I mean, I went through about the creating a campsite. The planning commission, cities around the country that have camping, and I have a connection with Olympia, Washington, and it's a fiasco. And any police presence becomes an issue, just like it has been here. I don't see concerned about those things is that if you don't have it be a well constructed campsite with patrol and things like that, then you're going to wind up with the same problems that those cities are experiencing now. And it's there's fire, there's theft, there's drugs, there's all of that, and that's part and parcel of that. But what is it that we're actually asking the planning commission to do? Is it In a campground.
And I believe those commissioners have more knowledge, and of course, the city planner. And the thought is really that they would look into the issue, look at the various cities that have models, and they would make a recommendation to us. Maybe their recommendation is that this is not suitable, but I don't want to put too many constraints or, directives in it. Mostly just if they can assist us with this issue by looking at our zoning code and make a recommendation.
So you're really asking them to explore this and literally just give a recommendation of, can this work? Does it not? And if it can, what does that look like?
Mm-hmm.
The motion.
Council, I do have that number, on our housing fund. There, it's currently at a 0 balance.
What? Oh.
Yep. There is barrier busters.
25, wasn't it?
So we only put in 75 this
That was
last
it.
year.
Yeah, that was 50 and 25. Yeah.
There's the motion, but then I had a comment after that.
So let's stay on the motion and then we can go back to, the trust fund. So right now, the motion on the floor is to send directive to the planning commission to explore safe tenting and safe parking sites in the city. Did I add sites or is that what you wanted to? Okay. Planning commission. All right, so then we'll call the roll on this motion.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Motion carries. And I will inform the
Direct. Thank you. Councilmember Fellows, you had something else to follow?
Oh, just that we've just learned the housing trust has 0 balance. So it would be great to move some funds into that housing trust again. I know there's like some question around our mental health and public safety millage as far as like remaining balance from year to year. So I'd be curious to find out that number and see if maybe that could be something to renew our housing trust and or, be a line itemed for this need. And the other thought I had, this is maybe not a today kind of move, but we do allocate 50,000 to barrier busters. And so if we were in the process of our budget decisions to make a staff position for constituent services, which is I'm supportive of that, and maybe even a hybrid constituent services and grant management, since these are things we're talking about, that we could be doing, barrier busters like work just directly to city residents here. So it's not dispersed. Barrier Busters is a great program and, as a social worker, I've utilized that, but it is, we can't really track exactly where that money is going, and it does seem like predominantly it might not be coming to our community. So I could see an argument for using that $50,000 towards these type of issues that will continue to happen for our residents in Ypsi. And so I'm just putting it out there as a possibility to talk about it another time.
I do want to clarify, it's 25,000 that we've allocated. Okay. And they do track where it comes, so we know when our funds go to Ypsilanti residents in the city. So they do track that and we do receive that information. So I just don't want there to be misinformation about that.
Okay.
And if I could add, the city-owned properties are actually online, in the capital improvements plan.
Thank you.
And, Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. And just trying to think through both the short term and the long term. The long term planning, I think, will take a longer time. But we're facing a situation right now in the short term. And so what I would suggest is that as we are now, 7 months into the year, I know that our hiring levels have been such that we haven't filled all the positions, and there are funds that could be reallocated. So I won't make the motion immediately. I won't throw this out for conversation. But what I would suggest is that we might allocate $7,500 for the purpose of supporting relocation assistance services for persons currently housed on lands requiring hazardous materials site preparation and removal. And the source of funds should be identified by the city manager and the finance director from currently unexpended funds. So that's a concept. I'm prepared to make it as a motion.
Want us to discuss first, or?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
I would support that.
I mean, do you just want to make an emotion and we discuss it?
So moved.
All right, it's moved by Councilmember McLean. I think Councilmember Fellows supported it first, but Mayor Pro Tem did too.
Okay.
All right, discussion. I think it's a good starting point. I don't think we know exactly what the costs will be to support relocation for folks on the site. But I do think it's a start in terms of our discussion around a good faith effort to provide some type of funding to do something. Because we know both things have to happen. The remediation has to happen at some point, but we also have to support the folks in our community. So I am open to this. I think we should do something. So I have other questions, but I think I'll take them offline with you because the city can't do them. Councilmember Simmons.
Yes, so I would say for this motion, I'm just thinking about what some of the things that we want to put in place in terms of the policy for disbursement and request. So maybe if we could just talk about that for a second, like whether is it that there's a form? Do people have to come to City Hall in person? Can the money be dispersed? I don't, what is the process? Because the other thing is, like, I don't know, like, how quickly is the city turning over funds in terms of can the money be dispersed as cash directly? Is it dispersed for?
Yeah, we would not be able to do cash directly. What we would do is it would go on probably a credit card and then paid for that way.
I'm just like trying to figure out. So you're saying it would be put on like a Visa check card kind of thing?
Right.
Kind of like a gift card, like that can be used for.
Just a credit card, regular credit card.
So you're saying the city would be making purchases?
Yeah, we would rent the rooms and then we would need, because and unless we just cut a check, we wouldn't be able to give out cash. So yeah, the only way we could necessarily is with a credit card.
So I have another question. I mean, because the other thing is if some things aren't necessarily for rooms. So another question I have, this goes at something uh when Councilmember Fellows mentioned, it just made me think about and whether we think about basically allocating these funds as a mini grant to an organization that does more direct disbursements and things like that so that money can maybe move faster and to the needs that people might have, since it sounds like even from the things people requested that there was a variety. Like somebody was like, oh, I want a room. Some people were like, so there might be a variety of, or even like purchasing like a space for storage, like things like that. It could be used for multiple purposes. So I just wonder about that, like for us, whether that can remove some of the requirements of some of the um and then what we could do is then request the same way we do, it's just like, hey, can you like report back like how many people were served with these funds or things of that sort.
So basically identify a fiduciary, and then the same way we give out like funds to Fed Up, for instance, give us a report on how that money was spent.
Starting to sound like it's running in a direction that I hadn't necessarily intended to. It could be part of the intent, but this is meant to give some reasonable amount of resources to the city manager in his discretion to address some clear short-term needs of a specific population. And that may take the form of paying hotels. I had not envisioned money going to or through individuals. More, it may be to purchase space for storing materials, right? Storing belongings. It may be for purchasing rooms if that's what's needed. It's figuring out what's needed and having some money to be able to do it, to address those needs, whatever they may be. And to do so as quickly as possible. I want to make sure we don't overprescribe in a way that ties his hands in being able to address the issue. The issue is just trying to help people have a good solution, knowing that the need is to relocate in the short term. So and it can certainly include a report back. I almost think that was implied, but I'm happy to include a specific provision in that. I'm trying not to make it over prescriptive. It's meant to be flexible enough the city manager can use it.
Really, I guess I would redirect this back to Andrew, because what I heard was actually that he was asking us to add some prescriptiveness to the situation. So
Yes, and if this is a permanent thing, I would want some type of policy. If this is specific to those individuals on Water Street, first of all, I just have to find out who they are. It seems like Steve may have made contact with some of them. And we do know Mark. And then I know another person wants to stay camping. So, there could be supplies for them. In terms of the other few people, we don't necessarily know what they want, but we could
disbursement of the funds, things like that. There's the question of who's eligible for this, right? And so, in talking with Mark today, there were people that showed up a month ago who are from out of city. And they show up and they camp and they're automatically time residents of the city are eligible for, that concerns me. We're talking about barrier busters going towards people that are actually in the city, and now we have these folks, and this is part of the thing about having establishing a campsite, is that you attract people from other places, right? We've seen that with affordable housing. People came from Detroit to take affordable housing that was built in Ypsilanti. Anytime you go into a state program, that's open to anybody, and then those people show up. And so we have to create more housing than for just the people in the city that need it, because they're going to be part of that. We've made a program, or, with the Clark Road development, it was, we couldn't get around that state rule to do that, except for making it known to people locally before it got put out to other people. So that's part of my concern. Is like there's people, you know, and this argument gets made in a lot of different cases, but you know, I'm very concerned about that. It's like that dilutes out how we help people that have been here for a long time.
Of the motion that was made, as far as I interpret it, is just it's a one-time emergency allocation. And we do have, you know, a great group, Washington Camp Outreach, that can help us coordinate and communicate with the people that have been residents. So it's, you know, within who is known now. And, you know, I imagine this would be a disbursement that was quick based on the timeline for the contract. So I don't know if a lot of people will come in that amount of time, but I think this is what you were intending.
The manager though is asking for us to tell him if we're gonna do that, how do we identify those people? And so we have to give some direction in that regard.
Yeah, I would just need parameters on who I would get rooms for.
But
Yeah,
Because
so,
it's not
like,
necessarily wrong.
right, it might
criteria.
not be firms, but I get it. Okay. Yeah. All right, further discussion.
And there could be other goods that can be
Right,
donated
items,
as
things,
well.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, so could we say, I mean, I guess, so could we name, that it could be, I mean, it's kind of tough because I'm like, do we want to, I'm sitting here like saying things. I'm like, do we want to put people in that position, right? Like to say to Washington Camp Outreach, you are going to help determine and decide who has access to these funds. So I just want to be careful on that because I haven't been in communication with those folks to say, is that actually a responsibility that you want? But I wonder if we name a few folks or partners that we think that might be helpful in making some of those determinations. And or another thing could be whether or I mean, I guess in addition to whether we you know, kind of like we say, hey, we're going to be out here on this day, whatever, and then, some kind of thing where people like we're going to be in a space and then people can kind of come to us in the way. No.
Councilmember Fellows?
Just for some context, I mean, this is just came from our meeting on Friday where folks from Washington Camp Outreach kind of explained that they have been doing service provision as far as, you know, making the phone calls to County Commissioner Somerville or the county to request funds, and that they're the ones kind of like making sure that there's people's in the rooms that get rented and so forth. So I just want to bring that context up, that it's not, it's kind of already a soft partnership that's happening between this group and the county at times. And so it isn't very different from that kind of situation. And so that seems like a simple way to move forward in a short amount of time. But also I am open to other ideas as far as how we make this available to people. But just want to offer that context.
Hand?
I was just thinking about whether we need to extend our meeting.
Yes, we need to extend our.
Okay, but are we in the midst of a motion right now? Yes, we are.
Yes,
Yeah.
we are.
Say, as Councilmember Fellows just stated, it seems like if they are already in contact with the people that are there, that would be the ideal way to get in communication and see what needs they have.
And I think then that for me, that just goes back to what Councilmember Simmons was asking though, then what is the process for that? Because of the way that we're allowed to disperse funds, we have to give clear communication to the city manager of how that will happen. So either way, we have to have a discussion tonight to figure out how this will work one way or the other to give to our city manager. So yeah. Or on a credit card by the city, and the purchases would be the procurement would have to happen by the city because we don't have a policy in place for anything like this. Councilmember Simmons, were you gonna say something to that?
There was a few hotels suggested at that meeting. I'd probably also contact the county and ask what hotels they have used in their processes to try to get some insight on that. I just would like how I identify the people that need it. And I'm not entirely sure, are we like, also what type of services you want to provide? Is it hoteling? Is it storage? Is it equipment?
Sorry. Councilmember Clean, go ahead. Okay, I lost my train.
In my mind, it's anything that you deem necessary to safely and helpfully.
Doesn't want that.
He doesn't want that.
He wants us to tell him.
So I feel like they're.
That's
Again, we're talking about two different things all over again.
I don't think that's our role.
And we're talking about if we were to use WCO, how to direct him to work with them. So that is another part of this that we're not clarifying right now.
I mean, if the first motion could just be how much money you want to allocate, and then we could formulate what is the criteria for receiving these funds, and what are we. So to me, that's storage, hotel, and equipment. So then equipment, again, like what just.
You need like, what's a max? Like, what if somebody needed, one person needed $7,500 worth of stuff? You have to know what those, you have to give that information for us to be able to do this.
Yeah.
Councilmember Simmons.
Well, I was just starting to think about things. So I kind of was thinking about, as one base is a form that people, like to put in requests. And so like just thinking about the kind of information we want for that form, some basic information. And then like we could have these different types of services that could be like a checkbox, right? Like hotel, storage, relocation, like help relocating, replacement, camping replacement, things.
Relocation we couldn't put on there because the city staff wouldn't have any ability to relocate. We'd have to suggest they go to PATH.
So anyhow, so yeah, so if there's different things, I'm trying to think through like that. If we have that, and then there could be, that it would come back with, I'm trying to think about how to have things move fast or not, but if there's this committee that could include, like path team, we would get those requests by a certain date, and then basically meet like an ad hoc committee with the WCO to to approve the request. So then that way they can give feedback on the folks. We can also, ask for things like time in city, how long they've been in the city, or things like that too, on the form, if that's something that people are concerned about. But then that way they can kind of, help steward those requests in some way.
You were saying, city manager, it seems like we could just pass this motion to allocate the funding first, and then maybe we can extend the meeting and then figure out next step.
Motion now?
$7,500 for relocation.
Yeah, it's not the.
No, the
Motion.
sorry, can we read it?
Motion reads $7,500 for purposes of supporting relocation assistance services for persons currently housed on lands requiring hazardous materials site preparation and removal. The source of funds shall be identified by the city manager and finance director from currently unexpended funds.
Please call the roll.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean, Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Motion carries.
So
Yeah, I move to extend the meeting until 11 p.m.
Support.
moved by Councilmember Tucson to extend to 11, supported by Councilmember Simmons. All in favor, please say aye.
I
Any opposed? All right, let's continue. So we have directed our city manager and finance director to find the funds. That's all that really this is saying specific to this purpose. So now we need to talk about, okay, the funds will be found. We know that. How do we go about utilizing those funds?
Think working with the county path team, have them go out there and talk to people, and then maybe they bring them to City Hall. We'll have them fill out a form, and then, yeah, do it that way. It's probably the easiest way since they've been out there regularly. And then they can bring them in, and then I can also talk to the county and from what I hear, the process wasn't great for getting hotel rooms, but still ask them what they do and then kind of go from there.
Address equipment and things like that. And so, I foresee issues with that in terms of, replacement costs, things like that. It's just like if they're moving their camp, they take their stuff. We're not leaving the stuff behind. It's just like it's if they choose to camp and they still want their stuff, then it goes into storage. It goes from there. And so the question is, what is a reasonable amount of time? We've got $7,500, so we're limited by that. But how are we limited by time in terms of how long we will do this? So if we don't spend the $7,500 and people are off of there, and then more people show up, how do we track that so that we don't get like an influx of people to Water Street so they can make use of this?
We will be, depending on what happens tonight, we'll be noticing tomorrow to allow for the 2 weeks where they come in to remove the trees. So I imagine probably by the end of this week, not sooner, we'll have Path go out there, and at least for like maybe Thursday, Friday, and then Monday and Tuesday, maybe even Wednesday, and have people come in, they fill out the forms, and then following that date, they will have been there enough times to hopefully have captured everyone that's currently living there.
council direction for that plan you just laid out.
Yeah, and I'm open to suggestions, but I don't necessarily need councils. If there's a consensus that is a path forward that seems okay with council, then that is what I will do.
And so you also use your discretion on what to spend, amounts, all those things.
Yep.
Maybe working with Path and WCO since they're the local group.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Us.
Nope, I think I have everything I need.
Council. Further on this.
Oh,
We voted on the motion, so we're just
okay.
in discussion.
So I would just say I spoke with Pastor Taylor, and this is not an immediate solution, but I spoke with Pastor Taylor of St. Luke. He said at one point it was a conversation, and he still is willing to have a conversation, and St. Luke's becoming like the Ypsilanti Delana Center. He offered us city council members opportunity to walk through and to come and further the conversation. He just wants some dates so he can work with us so we can come. And they definitely are really considering using that space for a permanent shelter. Of course, it would be a financial cost to get the building up to code for it to be accessible for everyone. Mhm.
Who did you say you talked to? Sorry.
His name is Pastor Taylor Vines.
Councilmember King, I think this would be in discussion for another time, but just to revisit the shelter discussion at a future council meeting, because I know that we're having conversations since the resolution passed, and I've talked to a few more board commissioners about it too. So it's related to this issue, of course, but I think we can talk about it fully at another time. But I like the idea of the short-term, medium-term, and long-term permanent solutions being discussed. So thank you.
Further discussion on this item? Sir, you have your charge. All right, thank you. Next we have a discussion on boards and commissions policy and procedure.
This was mostly city manager and myself, just looking to give you a little bit of an update, let you know that we are actively working very diligently to try to, undo the web that are boards and commissions. My deputy worked diligently on this. It's a spreadsheet similar to what we have online, but the only thing I wanted to point out to you is that in red, the column second from the right has the next expiration dates, and there are some in red those are all that will be expiring this year. In particular, I think I sent you an email letting you know that all 3 of the Board of Review have expired, and we should be bringing those forward at the next council meeting, since the tax tribunal will be starting. We've had 2 that have reapplied, so
I was gonna say, do we know if all 3 plan to reapply?
I think so,
I know
yes.
2 I saw.
Yes, 2 have, we're just waiting to hear from the third, and the city assessor is also contacting that person as well. So really, those were the important things. I just wanted to give you an idea of where we're at so far. This is kind of an updated spreadsheet for everybody to take a look at. It's relatively comprehensive, but we're continuing to find all of the details and fine tune. And we'll also be directing you right to the law or the ordinance that governs these. So we're getting there. And if
This is good, honestly.
And the intent is to give each council member an access for non-editable. I'm having trouble.
Non-editable form?
Yes, you will have this form that you will be able, exactly, but we're gonna make it so that nobody else can edit it, because we think that's part of the issue. If everyone has had their hands in it, we never know what's right. So we're gonna keep our hands on it in the clerk's office.
Support that, keeping it locked up.
Yep.
Yeah.
And as you peruse this at your leisure, if any questions or concerns or thoughts come up, please feel free to email me throughout the week, and I'll incorporate them into the work that we're doing. If you have questions, that'd be fine.
Yeah, so this is a discussion. Thank you, Clerk Boudreaux and City Manager, everybody, Lori, for working on this, because I think it's nice to have it, to see it. Any questions?
I would just like to say that all the thanks goes to the clerk department.
Oh, okay.
Not me.
Thank you to the clerk's department for this.
So so was I hearing that there is a training for commissioners coming up in March?
No, that's our work session in
Oh, okay.
March. approach to try to ensure that we put a program together where there
I
is
see.
some training.
So this is kind of just like something for us to kind of look at and consider as we move toward that.
Absolutely, yes.
Uh-huh.
My deputy and I have established at least 4 like separate things that go into all of this.
Mhm.
So I'm kind of giving you the first one.
Yes,
And
yes.
I'm taking you along our steps as we're going through so that if you have questions or issues,
Mhm.
let me know now and then we can
Mhm.
work that in there as
Mhm.
well.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It was just making me think about the things that we have brought forward from the work group that was looking at the commissions. And so some of that included the um trainings and things like that. And so I just was like, okay, I want to make sure that all these things are following along. Yeah.
Yes, it's a lot bigger project than it would appear, right? It's one thing, boards and commissions, but there are so many different aspects to it.
Mhm.
This was the first one, ensuring that we understand why all of these commissions are there, who is these commissions, when they expire, how long their terms are. We're still working on whether terms are specifically designated to expire on a specific date or if it's arbitrary. So we're still working through that part. But we're getting there.
If we see things that like,
Tell me, yes,
okay,
absolutely.
I'll email you because I
If
think.
if you see anything that doesn't look right or you question, please feel free to email me and we'll figure it out. And I don't have an answer right away.
Gosh, I can tell you now.
Sure.
Here on River Watershed Council, we have two board members for that. It's on
The second page.
second page.
Do you know who that?
Lisa Wozniak is expiring. I'm going to bring at the next meeting a nomination for Evan Sweet, and then we have another vacancy that has been vacant.
Right, so the other-
So we do have 2 representatives on that.
Yeah, Lisa's term is expiring and she's not reapplying. Lori's already talked to her about that.
I see.
And so I'm nominating Evan Sweet, with a second from, yeah.
Gonna bring the DDA. Kaya Hinton is no longer on the DDA. And because of the list, I'm trying to do process of elimination, who is the replacement, but I can email it to you.
Thank you.
And then I also have let's wait till you're done. I got a question about the Police Advisory Commission. So with our chair, Eric Muhammad, here it says in the February the 1st.
I noticed that as well.
Right.
So what I would say is that he can be at the meeting, but I would suggest that you have someone else chair the meeting until we reappoint him, as well as he should not actually vote.
Okay.
Does he reapply?
You're right. I haven't seen an application.
I haven't seen anything in the email. I'm gonna reach out to him.
See what he's.
He may not be aware, right?
That's
We're
true.
finding these
Yeah.
as we're going through.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
And the last sheet are the open positions.
This is great. Councilmember McLean.
Some of these, notice you included, for instance, says the number of members, says 3-year term, but others don't have that level of detail. Are you still maybe working through some of those as well?
Yes, to determine, like, is it by law, right? Or by ordinance, and yes.
I would still make one small note that my name is spelled correctly in the Historic District Commission, but not in the Parks and Arts Commission. 1C.
Thank you. We'll make sure that's correct.
Oh, yeah, it's extra C. Yeah. Anything further from council on this? This is a really great start in terms of moving us into having accurate information and ability to track these boards and commissions. Yeah, it's been all over the place. So thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
to understand that we are hard. It's a lot. It's just gonna take us a while. It's a lot.
It's okay. Thank you. Councilmember King?
I do have a quick question. I do notice on police advisory, it says one vacancy in Ward 1, and I know Councilmember Tucson definitely has mentioned that. Do we have like a count on the rest of the commissions?
Yeah. You can ask.
Not to the best of my knowledge. I don't think that they've ever been tracked that way. I think Member Tucson and YPAC particularly wanted that for that commission.
Yes.
Okay.
So as it stands right now, like you said, there's one commissioner holding the Ward 1 down. There's, if I'm not mistaken, there's 3 people, including the chair, over Ward 2, and then there's 2 individuals holding down Ward 3.
But all the other boards and commissions don't necessarily track
Right.
their seats in that
Correct.
way themselves.
They're supposed to.
Correct.
But they're supposed to.
They
be.
are absolutely
They're
supposed
to be, but I don't think everyone is tracking.
Right, and we got into this problem with HRC having all these people
Yep.
from one ward or another, but I went through and reconciled this list a year after I got on, and we made nominations based on that, and so that should always be present in nominations and under consideration.
If I may, so,
It's not written down anywhere, so you didn't see it.
right, but we can track them that way if you
Right.
would like us to.
I would really
Should
appreciate
be,
that.
should be.
Absolutely, we can do that.
Councilmember King, outside your hand, and then Councilmember Shaw.
And I'm wondering who tracks that? Is that the chair? Is that the council person? Who tracks that?
So, I have
Y'all
a
do.
question for all of you. How are you tracking that if you are, if you're not? The liaison is tracking it on their commission. I don't know how folks are tracking it.
And it sounds like you walked onto the commission and that is how they were already doing it, or is that something you started doing?
No, I asked them.
It's in the ordinance
Yeah.
for that.
Okay.
asked them where they're.
But so I guess I'm wondering, generally, is it one person that normally tracks it? I guess that's what my question is.
We have an answer to that. Because it doesn't
I
feel
feel
it's
like
been
it
happening
used
for-
to be on, it used to be on the things that we have when looking at them, because that has come into play when thinking about appointments or when somebody has left, knowing which seat they had, and for people who are out of residency too. That was also tracked.
'Cause I'll say when applications come before me, I'm looking at where they live. I can't speak to, what I guess I was saying is I can't speak to how other liaisons are doing it, but when they come in the email, for instance, I'm looking at what ward they represent based on what now our clerk Tracy is sending. And then even asking sometimes to see, but that's also, you know.
Well, council will now have access to this, so it actually lists the ward information on it, so it'll be easier to track what you're missing.
So are you asking specifically though, is this your responsibility, for instance, as a liaison, or
I'm
is it
wondering
the
whose
commission's? Right, whose
responsibility it is. That is, I'm just trying to get clarification on that.
So I think this is a us thing, because it's in the ordinance, so in order for us to track that, I think whoever's making nominations, whoever, like, it's everybody's responsibility, honestly, to pay attention, and then also for you all, I would say liaison to keep track of what's happening on. I would think.
Mhm.
But in
And then
terms of
again,
nominations, yeah.
yeah. And so again, so sometimes like HRC now has a lot of people from different wards that wasn't necessarily nominated by like maybe the HRC council representative. So again, if it's a job for all of us, I guess I just want us to do better at doing it.
Absolutely. That's why we got this now. You can see it. Councilmember fellows.
Oh, I just with regard to the March 12th meeting, since this is a working session, it's my first working session. The agenda setting is same way where we bring resolutions for a working session, no?
We're working out, we're just
Okay.
discussing basically, and then action can come out of it, but typically we're not.
Well, I guess my thought is it would be good to have some sort of template or agenda for it. So we're working, because I know that we're talking about many different issues with regard to commission. So is that something that the clerk will do, or is that something that you want assistance with?
So I wouldn't set your agenda. But if there were, specific things that you wanted to discuss, we can add it. I don't know that I was even necessarily, planning an agenda, save for that it's a work session
Yeah.
to discuss boards and commissions. But that's part of what I've been working on is, where do we have problems? Where do we have issues? What do you want me to do? you know, to correct those things. Which direction do we want to go in? Be here, you will have my deputy.
But we will have like an agenda document. It's an open meeting,
Mhm.
correct? So we could submit topics
Sure.
that we want to make sure we hit on that agenda, and
Okay.
that doesn't necessarily have to be an action item.
Is that on the list?
Sounds good.
Of due dates that you put on the thing for?
No, it's only for meetings.
Okay, what day would we need to submit things?
Well, would it work the same way? It would just be
I
the
think
week
so.
ahead of the meeting.
It's an agenda. So yeah.
All right, sounds good.
March 12th, work session. So before we move on,
Thank you for this.
oh, another thank you. All right, we'll end this discussion. Next on the agenda, we have the resolution to stop government takeover by private individual.
Did I read this that I wrote?
Sure. Other people out there.
Yeah. Well, I was added to it, but I'll just read what I sent y'all already. Whereas Ypsilanti is a community with a large population of people with disabilities, senior citizens, low income, and others who rely on governmental payments to support their housing, food, healthcare, and other costs. Whereas federal elected officials take an oath to protect the people of the United States of America and to uphold the Constitution. Whereas Elon Musk is not an elected official, has not been appointed by Congress, nor is he an official full-time employee of an official department within the federal government. Whereas Mr. Musk has provided access to sensitive data to people working for him who don't have the security credentials necessary to promote confidentiality and discernment. Whereas Mr. Musk has a number of business contracts with the government and has been granted access to information that could be a conflict of interest, as well as a danger to your constituents here in the city of Ypsilanti and elsewhere. Whereas the Treasury has been sued by union groups over Mr. Musk's access to its systems. Whereas Congress has a responsibility to the people of this country and to those around the globe to act against efforts to create harm to the people. Now, therefore, be it resolved that you use all the tools at your disposal to stop this government takeover attempt and to slow the efforts of an anti-civil rights administration.
Are you moving this or you just were reading it?
Oh, I was just reading
So was this
What
was
was-
this a discussion or are we actually
what this was here.
okay? I guess I'm confused about if we were added this as a resolution or as a discussion, because I had it down as just adding a resolution. We wanted to add a resolution. So you're not putting this on the table. We're just going to discuss it.
I feel like you mean
Like, is
for
it
me to
wrong?
say, oh yeah, so I so move.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Moved and supported. Moved by Councilmember Simmons, supported by Mayor Pro Tem. Sorry, I can't do any of that.
No. I was just confused.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
thank you. Yes.
Discussion.
I've had time to sit on this. Well, thinking about other things, but my initial response was like, there's so much more to put in here. And then it's like, well, if we wait for that. The only thing I would think about adding to this is who we're sending this to.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
my big question.
So, we're sending this to our federal elected officials from the state of Michigan, Congress people and senators. Are we also sending it up to the state and to the governor?
That was one of the things I was like, yeah, like I thought about it. And then when I sent it, I was like, I didn't put that. But yes, that would be one thing. I was thinking in particular to, yes, our senators. But I do think it makes sense to also send it to our congressperson, and to the governor, I think as well.
President?
Should we?
Oh, that's an interesting question. If you want to stay under his radar to do more work until he targets you, or
We're not.
Black History Month. What are we talking? Anyway, so so I don't know. I mean, I feel like if there's others, but those were the folks I was thinking about in particular. In particular, I mean, our senators. Yeah. Some other things I was thinking. Well, let me let you finish. I'll come back.
the list of people, our congressional delegates, senators, and then well, back
Yeah,
there
I'm
though.
sorry.
So do you want to amend your own?
Oh yes, we can.
Go for it.
Oh, can you just say it?
Like the list you just named.
Yes.
I would amend the resolution to include a list of people to send this resolution to, including our congressional delegate, and U.S. senators, and the governor of the state of Michigan.
And
Yes.
Simmons moved that you supported, so you all just want to add that as a friendly.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. The other thing that I was thinking about while I was sitting on this and thinking about like other things I would have added, I did type this up too. So if we do want to add it, but I was trying to think about like some of the specific tools or requests that we might have for that, so we can add it or not. And so I did look at some things that some groups are proposing as things that they're looking at, and they're specifically focused on the Senate. And so they named to vote no on every nominee, um, to check for quorum at any time, and to conduct roll call, ask for roll calls of the senators, and if there's fewer than 51 senators, to stop the business until the majority returns. And then also to object to unanimous consent, to force roll call votes, debates, and to create delays on even basic motions. They can also specifically do even right away.
When you ask to whom we would direct this or send this, but in the operative clause, the be it resolved clause, who is you? That you use all tools. Who is you? Manager to do something.
Be it that you use. So yes, that was to be to our the list of people. So I guess the you
Councilmember McLean.
Um, it's, to me, this operative phrase is, it's not quite clear what it is, what action we want these folks to take. It's fairly generic, but stopping the government takeover, slowing efforts of an anti-civil rights administration. I don't think I disagree with any of the whereas clauses. Um, weigh in a lot on actions of the federal government in the next 4 years. And as we do, I just would encourage us to be as concrete as possible to say exactly what it is we object to. And so kind of the government takeover attempt, I don't know. I don't know how even our best elected official who takes it upon him or herself to honor our request. I don't know what they do with that. I don't know what actions we're asking them to take.
That those things I just added helped to respond to that. I felt like those were vote no, slow down, stop, do something. You know, if I could title this, I mean, I probably would have honestly titled it differently, but I was trying to go off of the softer language that is being used by our media right now, which I have a lot of feelings and thoughts on if you want to be for real and honest. But that is part of the reason I use those, because I would say fascist takeover coup. So, yes, I would use oligarchy. I would use much stronger language, but I was trying to use the language of the moment so as not to scare off our senators, because so far our senators have not provided any stops. They have actually voted yes for everyone. And so for them to change course and to vote no would be a change for them. And one of the things that from people, what they've been hearing is, well, it's because they're not hearing from people. So that they're saying that they're hearing more from Republicans. So that's why I was feeling that if we, as a Democratic body, all of us being elected Democrats, put forward as representing the voice of our community, which has been feeling this a lot, that that might help to push some weight of some of these calls. So that's what my hope is, because right now they're not putting up any resistance. I don't know what they're doing in back rooms, but it's not helping my mother, you know, anyway. So I'm just wondering, like, if though you're saying in terms of what we're asking them to do, that's why I was saying I would want to add those other pieces to be more specific of what resistance, even this is just kind of, to be honest, minor resistance. This is what I'm saying is minor resistance. I would like to ask them to do more, but this would be a change in course for them.
For me, I'm trying to go in between these two comments, and so we've defined you, and those are the congressional delegates, the senators, and the governor of Michigan. Rest with the list, the tools at their disposal. What's that? We didn't add that, but she had a list of things to do, and then I think Councilmember McLean's questions about, you know, the language of stop the government takeover and attempt, and be more specific in terms of, you know, how that relates to Elon Musk and individual. I mean, we're also aimed at other people besides Elon Musk, right? And so the whereas is here is all about somebody who has absolutely nothing to do with government, except for as an advisor, is getting access to all this information. And so is that what's supposed to be in the resolution clause, or are you including more into that?
Okay, so you're saying that the you know, fascist government includes more than Elon Musk. Yes, which is part of the reason why I kept it. I tried to keep it a little focused in some of that way.
But then it becomes very, very broad in the statement. It's like, because Elon Musk is whoever he
The
is,
Anti-Civil Rights Administration.
whatever, right? So, but defining that for, you know, that's a vague instruction for these folks.
With all due respect, this is, it's an important issue. I agree with the spirit, but I hate drafting language on the fly at 11 o'clock at night or 10:25. I don't think it makes for a good product. And I would just make that blanket statement, not just for this, but for anything. I think it would be a better document and send a clearer message if we took the 2 weeks and put it back on the agenda. It's gonna be relevant. But that is what I would like to do. I think we may well be able to come up with a laundry list of, 5, 10 items that we want to put under there. That, we'll have plenty of items.
I would say, I think part of the urgency for bringing this tonight is that we get the word to the elected officials sooner than later.
Oh, I totally understand. But I also, what I would say is that while we are constantly reflecting and trying to get things perfect, things are happening, and without any push, with no resistance, things will flow faster. By the time we catch up with our reflections, I feel that we can be like trying to grasp at straws. And so, anyhow, so I just am naming that to say, like, I recognize this isn't perfect, but I do think it's good enough. And I think, especially with the clarifications that we're talking about, the additions of these actions and who it's going to, I think will at least send the message that we here in Ypsilanti dissent. And I think that that is what needs to be clear, is that we are dissenting and demanding action in the face of inaction, because that's what it feels like and looks like. And that has been, like I said, the reason I said I'm pulling out these things about the votes is because our senators are voting against what I want to see and what I see people naming as being against what they want to see, and is propelling forward these actions. And so anyway, I just want to name that, that I do think it's kind of tough because we work on these 2-week timelines. But Elon Musk says that he works 7 days a week, 24/7. He got people sleeping on cots, running their AI in our governmental business faster and faster. And so anyhow, so I'm just saying, like, time is moving at a different pace than what we are moving. The government, which has systems to try to slow things down, has not slowed anything down yet. So I recognize that, some of these things, to me, I would say are insufficient, just to say vote no, but that is not even the actions that are happening now. So I do think that this could be good enough. I do agree that there's probably going to be more things that we want to address over time.
and that we will be able to get to some of those things based on the people who have at least been elected. But right now, I'm just trying to deal with the person who hasn't been elected. So I would be fine with even taking out the anti-civil rights administration language that makes it a little bit more broad.
That, and then just going straight for Mr. So,
Yeah, so I think that, if that feels like that's the part that makes it more vague or like more expansive, then I'm happy to take that part out, so that it can still stay more focused on this immediate incursion.
That, we don't have the same tools as someone that's not a democratic body who's a private citizen. So, we operate on consensus, and that's why it's partially why it's slower. I do agree that I also don't want to like what's the word called? Like basically write paragraphs of resolution on the fly. So I would, vote yes for this now as is or in 2 weeks. It's not something that I feel very strongly about tooling too much, but I think just in the interest of maybe consensus on council, I think this would maybe pass after being fleshed out more. That's my impression right now. Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah.
I know in the beginning of the meeting, the one thing that I did say is that we've talked about this. I am so not a fan of things at the table, only because we get to this point where now we're all trying to wordsmith it at the same time when we could potentially come back to it. I mean, I would support this with the changes that have been shared, but if they're how we just move forward on this, because I don't think that there is a overarching sentiment of non-support for where this is headed. To track all these things right now. Member McLean.
Try to make what I just said I don't like to do, but I'll do it. I'll give it a shot. I move to amend. And I would add a second, therefore be it resolved. So it reads as follows. Be it further resolved that all elected officials, 1, use procedural motions to delay. 2, reject unqualified nominees for executive branch positions. 3, respect security clearance procedures. And 4, acknowledge and enforce the National Labor Relations Act and collective bargaining. So moved.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Did you? All right, discussion. There's a motion on the floor or amendment on the floor. It's getting tired.
Thank you. I would just add, so not any unqualified. This is to say no nominee. and then I also would say using procedure. Can you just say that part again?
So number 1, use procedural motions to delay. Reject, and that was really trying to capture what you had said earlier and just give it that specificity and sort of summary. Use procedural motions to delay. 2, reject unqualified nominees for executive branch positions. Respect security clearance procedures. And 4, acknowledge and enforce the National Labor Relations Act and collective bargaining.
I would have is whether just saying procedural objections to delay is clear enough or like calls out these different parts clearly enough. That would be my only thing, whether that, but otherwise I think it sounds good, but I would also say the saying qualified versus unqualified, I think actually dilutes the point of no, because right now the discernment that's part of it, is that if folks are moving, then it's actually not showing the overall body as kind of dissenting until changes happen.
Rather than reject unqualified nominees. I mean, I think
Yes.
I would have a problem. I would adamantly object to that. I think there's a reason why people should reject nominees, and it's because they're unqualified. And this administration has shown itself uncannily capable at picking.
But they've still
qualified people.
But they've been
So if that
voting
mean-
on
If it
them.
means all of them, then it means all of them, but you do it because they're unqualified, not because you just don't like who picked them.
Well, this is the point of this, is to show that this body will not continue to do business as usual while these actions are happening. And so kind of picking and choosing right now, this is my point where I would say that they have voted on people who are unqualified, but they still have voted on them. And so I don't know that saying a qualification, I don't trust their discernment on that qualification. But to me, in this moment, it's not about their discernment. I mean, I can dislike their discernment in general, but they're in that position and I'm not. But I think the purpose of this is to try to stop the movement until they're able to get some of these concessions, which is a removal of Mr. Musk from that space that he's in. So that's why I would say that, is because those kind of things I feel like give too much of that leeway. I think everything else is, I think everything else is fine.
Is it, if I may,
At this point, do you think?
as a political strategy,
Democrats, so I do consider this a political strategy. So that's where I see it, which is that they are elected Democrats. They should be acting as if they are countering dangerous governmental actions. And so playing in the middle, to me, is the danger. That is the true danger, which is that people will continue to act as business as usual and wring their hands behind closed doors, but still do the work. So that's why, so yes, I appreciate that distinction. I wouldn't, yes, I appreciate that distinction, but that's why this to me is like a call from, in terms of, the party and the party's role to protect the rest of the country.
right, and so my question is that, if this is a strategic thing for the Democratic Party, is this the right way to do that? this is not the right avenue to do that. That goes to the Democratic Party.
They aren't the ones they're voting. It's the literal party. I'm talking about the people who have the power to actually vote.
But all of our people are Democrats anyway, right? People we're sending it to, or are you saying that we send it to?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, yes, they are all Democrats. I think I'm missing something of what you're trying to
An instruction from a party versus an instruction from an elected official is a different thing.
do anything that's against the law for them to do. You know, I'm not asking them to break the law in order to stop this. I mean, that can be on their own hearts and minds.
I'm not able to call the question on anything, but I do think that like we're getting into the point where I was talking about where we're now talking about keying in on keywords, all these other things that we have to process right now to make a decision about a resolution. And so I would ask that we decide, do we want to move this forward? We have a motion on the floor right now for an amendment. We need to vote on that, whether we're going to add it or not, and decide if we're going to move this full thing forward tonight, or are we going to set this aside and come back to it and work it out. But either way, I think that we're right now doing the very thing that we don't want to be doing about something that is important to most of us, all of us, some of us in part, whatever the case may be. This is what we've said we don't want to do, is this.
Well, I think it's within your power as the chair of this body to call a vote on this without somebody making that.
Go ahead and ask with the amendment that Councilmember McLean made. I'm wondering, did you guys put these into effect, the ones that Councilmember Simmons said earlier, or no?
No, there was
No.
there was never a motion for that. All we have on the floor right now is the amendment that Councilmember McLean offered, and then that this was friendly amended to add the people
Okay.
originally.
Okay, and before someone calls the question, I am just wondering, everything that Councilmember McLean said, other than vote no on all, is it covered in what you added?
Well, I think that he was trying, I would say it's unclear because, so I did type it all up, but I think that, I think that he was trying to capture within the procedural attempts, the things around quorum and unanimous consent, so really I would like to have those be more clear, but because it does talk about the voting part, so that one is covered, but the other ones, which are procedural tactics, aren't named, obviously.
So the control that we have in that is that there's an amendment on the floor and you can vote yes on it or you can vote no on it. And if it fails, then it doesn't get added. And then something else could be added or put forward. And if it passes, it passes. So I would hope that we can move to voting on this amendment and then everybody can utilize their one vote to decide if they are okay with what was presented or not. The amendment.
Councilmember King,
Pass.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
amendment carries.
Thank you. So now we're at an amended resolution. Further discussion. I'm also gonna ask again that we move forward because the spirit of what we are trying to say is here. We can bring other resolutions later. I think Councilmember Fellows brought that up. But to continue to go around in circles about this thing where I think we have some general consensus around support for this, we are just literally wasting taxpayer dollars. So, on this. So, Councilmember Fellows.
We know everybody else.
Yeah, I do want to take a moment to thank Councilmember Simmons for bringing up the issue to give voice to people that are very upset in very tumultuous times. I know it's last minute. It's not my preference either, but I understand why Councilmember Simmons did it, and I think it does give voice to part of our constituency. So I want to thank you for doing it, even though it's not a smooth process. And also just want to make note that Elon Musk and other corporate owners are basically setting up corporate fiefdom and should be fought with every tool possible. I'm still trying to figure out what that is, and I will continue thinking about that, and we'll work together with all of you to figure that out. So thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the resolution on the table. Amended resolution on the table. Seeing none, clerk, would you please call the roll on the amended resolution?
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Can we just move to extend?
Yeah, I move to extend to 11:30.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Councilmember Simmons. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I don't feel like I heard a lot of people, but we're here. All right, next we have the Juneteenth sponsorship. Councilmember King.
Bring this up because she didn't physically bring it to us, but she talked to me and Councilmember Simmons a few months ago. And again, I did not want to wait to the last minute because I know other people will be coming in, probably asking for funds as well. And I just wanted to make sure we can still be a sponsor as we have been in past years.
This kind of discussion. My recollection is there was some interest in trying to, because we have a limited pot of money, trying to fairly judge which events we want to do and not do. This that says first come, first serve. That's my one concern. I mean, we supported this last year. I supported it. I'll support it again this year. I'll support it tonight if we need to. But I just think it may be creating a precedent for us that every other group that wants something is going to be getting in line.
City manager had his hand up.
So that is how it has traditionally been handled as a part of this budget. I'm going to have a line item specific to fee waivers and sponsorships. And so once that's depleted, there'll be no more, unless council reallocates funds, which would be.
Supporting that. I hate when I say the same word. But supporting this, but I do want us to be thinking about with what the city manager is sharing, when we do fee waivers, there is cost to the city, and then sponsorship is also cost to us as well. And so are we going to be considering what that means? If there's a fee waiver, do you also get sponsorship dollars, or do you get one or the other? Are you able to get both? Like, to me, that matters, because that's
We had talked about doing something similar to that of the youth mini grants and have a window an application process, and then perhaps even a committee to review and then bring them to city council. So then there'll be a specific window of time that we will consider this, or council will consider it, and then we would have to change the ordinance for events, but I do believe we have something planned coming forward anyway with that. But just putting that window of application in the ordinance to codify it.
But there's already an application process for fee waivers though.
There is, yes.
So you're saying for sponsorship.
Well, for fee waivers and for sponsorship as well.
So make it one.
Well, mostly what I'm talking about is having a window, a policy more about when people can apply, how much money is available, certain criteria, things like that.
Says it will be coming.
Mhm.
Talked about that in the past when it came to sponsorships. I feel like we have had that conversation. And when Trisha Duckworth came on, she said something that also was like, oh, that sounds good. This is the perfect month to celebrate a Juneteenth celebration, being that it is Black History Month.
Yeah, I have no disagreement with that. I'm thinking big picture process for this going forward because I agree with what Councilmember McLean was sharing that usually when we get the one, then we start to see more trickling in, and we definitely need to rein it in around how are we going to do this because we don't have unlimited money to give out as sponsorship and or doing both or whatever decisions that we're going to make about it. So that was just to put it on the radar that we need to come back to that because
The fee waiver requests and sponsorships usually come spring, summer.
brings up for some
So
events, yeah.
it'll be in place before then.
Okay.
I'm also wondering how much is the fee waiver? Like, how much is that? And the line item, what do you think it will be? What amount?
So the line item, I'll probably do around $20,000, but that would be something that council could obviously amend. Because we typically get around $30,000 worth of fee waiver requests in the past.
Will cover fee waivers and sponsorships, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Under $2,000 last year, isn't that
No, we're around
way over?
5,000.
Okay.
It's big. It's per day. It's a 3-day event,
Yep.
and so
It'll be, because they're not using the parking lot on Huron, so it's gonna be a private lot, so that'll reduce the permit fees.
but if you want to put your motion on the floor,
Okay.
I mean, if you want it to happen tonight. Okay.
I mean, I do, but just because I put a motion on, don't mean it's gonna happen. So I'm gonna go ahead. I motion to have a sponsorship for the Juneteenth celebration for the 3-day weekend in the amount of $2,500. That's a move.
Been moved by Councilmember King, supported by Councilmember McLean. So now we have a motion on the floor. Is there further discussion?
This event brings in not only the greater Ypsilanti community, but communities all over. And so that is really one thing that I really, really enjoy about this event. And it's a 3-day event, a celebration of Juneteenth, something we have not had in the city of Ypsilanti to my knowledge, until this started.
If the motion could include to use the remaining funds available in the youth mini grant. So
Oh, to offset. You had that as is that okay with friendly?
Yes.
Okay.
The specified amount is $1,000.
$1,000 of that. Mm-hmm. Advisory Commission.
Yes, the next Police Advisory Commission meeting will be on 27th at 7 p.m. here in Council Chambers. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. HRC.
Our next meeting is gonna be February the 20th at 6 o'clock. We are still looking for youth members. That's all.
Thank you. Parks and Arts.
Next meeting, 2/17.
Sustainability.
Our next meeting is February 10th.
HTC.
Next meeting, week from tonight, 2/11.
Oh yeah, it's the 4th. Not a lot's happened. Planning.
Next week.
ZBA. Subcog.
When they're coming into town. Mm-hmm.
And that's the minutes. It's not at the township board meeting. It's just at that location.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Watts.
The last meeting.
All right. Urban County. Anything special, Katie? I don't know. They're doing some training on stuff. Yeah. All right. So on the 20th, Rutherford Pool. We're King.
I just want to bring up team building. I know we have not made a date. I know the county commissioners are having, I think, something similar to a team building this Friday, and it's not at their dais. So I'm just wanting to bring that back up because I think that's something we still need to do. I want to bring up again that I along with other council members want to tour Dorsey Estates, the marijuana facility. I am still looking for an update for that, the one over here on Huron. And I also want to say thank you to all the churches and the Freight House and everybody that is hosting warming centers. But I also want to just give a special shout out to Restore Church. During the really cold temperature days, they had a shelter in their church, I think for 3 or 4 days. So I just want to give a thank you to them.
I guess I have, well, this is a quick question I have because I had some, I had some questions about some of the commission reports, but I'll put that aside. But then also, do we have a chance to ask questions on the city manager's communications, or should I do that now?
You could ask.
No? The questions I have, so one is figuring out what is the cost for the search process?
Is $21,000.
And are they coming to our next meeting to do the candidate profile conversation?
No, that is, we want to have that by February 10th. So I've forwarded a community profile sheet to fill out. And then we're updating the brochure from last time, new pictures and a couple different things will change. So once that is done, it will be provided to council. That should be posted as of February 24th with 4 weeks for it to be posted. And then I think it's then I don't have, let me look it up, pull it up right.
Yeah, because in the brochure, the way it talks about it talks about these as two different, it says both there's a community profile and then a candidate profile. And it said that they would come and have a conversation with council to do the candidate profile. And that's what I remember from the past is that.
So they will be coming to council meeting. The candidate profile was more, it was more the community profile. than the candidate profile. I could share, it's similar to what council had approved. If I don't recall council approving that, but I could be remembering wrong. But I could share that with council as well.
Yes, I just remember them talking to us and that kind of went in, like they kind of shared some of the brochure and then we gave some information that got put into there.
Right, and that will be the form that I forwarded to all of council, and if I could get those back by the 10th, so I can compile all of that information and then get it to the facilitator. And then going to two council meetings, one at the beginning of the process, and then one once, similar to what happened last time, once we had the matrix of the candidates, council will be able to look at those and, like last time, select the top 5, and then for interview. But gonna begin reaching out to people to participate on the panel.
And then, and then it said that there's basically a 16-week or 4-month timeline. And so we're looking to have someone in place for the new fiscal year.
They'll start around mid-June if everything goes to plan.
I want to clarify, council, in the last process, the council didn't choose who was interviewed.
The council was given a matrix. It had all of the finalists, and council, it wasn't a vote, it was a consensus.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I don't think we didn't.
Yeah, it wasn't, it was just a consensus.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, wait, I didn't vote on nothing like that. Like, I did not. Okay.
It's a different city manager.
And it was, you're right. Sorry, continue. You're right.
Okay, those are my questions for that. And then the other thing I was just gonna say is, I guess I'll wait because I have some questions I had for YPAC. So maybe I'll try to connect with them directly. And then I think with the planning commission, one of the things that came up, I saw that they were talking about the master plan, so I just had questions about the timing for that. When is that supposed to be completed again? Whether you need one. I'm just saying, I was looking at the report. They talked about master planning, so I was trying to figure out what is the timing for that. On it, it mentioned still wanting to include work around affordable housing, et cetera, et cetera. And so then it made me, of course, wonder about whether council has identified improvements to the report that was completed by the subcommittee of the Planning Commission, and whether there's going to be some other, whatever's going to happen to make updates to that, given obviously lapse in action and time, seeing that that's something that they still were saying they wanted to include. So that's why I was trying to figure out what is the timing for that, and then what will be the plans for filling in what was a name lapse, I guess, the last time the master plan was being considered.
I believe the last time it was amended, it was in 22. So it would be 27, and then the city can
This was still
essentially say that we're satisfied with our master plan the way it is, and then it would be good for a number of years longer. But I believe it was in 21 or 22 last time it was done. Was it 21? Yeah, 21.
up right now. They just had it on there. A couple of places I saw references to the master plan. So, but if that's not happening now, then that's fine. But it also seems like they want work to whatever that's included. So,
This is just saying what was in the previous master plan and what they're working towards. It's not about the next master plan.
no, this isn't the part of, but they had other parts where they talked about their work that's ongoing and where it is or something.
Nothing at this time.
Councilmember McLean?
Reviewing the master.
Thank you, Mayor. We talk a lot about neighbors. We saw good examples of some great neighbors here and we supported them with some additional funds tonight. There's different ways to define neighbors, and one of those ways is on the international stage. And I want to talk a little bit about our neighbor to the north and the way that this current administration has decided to start treating them. Because it affects not just them, but it affects us in tremendous ways. Is, in my mind, among the most egregious of the new federal regime's early actions is the threat of tariffs on our neighbor to the north. Over the last 35 years, this country has worked with Canada, including this state, with Canada and with Ontario, to integrate the auto industry particularly, but also multiple other industries. Some 20% of the jobs in Michigan are tied to the auto industry. Governor Whitmer rightly criticized the tariffs as well, saying that more than 1 million Michigan jobs are at risk because of those tariffs. Canadians travel, and roughly 20 million of them, that's half of them, each year visit the United States, often multiple times. Many of them visit New York and Florida and Texas, but they also visit Michigan. And they're not coming. And it's not just whether the tariffs get enacted. At this point, this president has unleashed the beast, and Canadians are circling the wagons and saying, what are we going to do to protect ourselves from this guy? We are going to see if these tariffs are implemented. Costs of finished goods go up, groceries, autos. I've seen various estimates of anywhere from $2,000 to $8,000 per vehicle. The cost of a new car going up. Home heating will cost more as well. Canadians have a whole list of tariffs that they're going to retaliate against us with if we do this. So even the delay of 30 days doesn't undo the damage. Tariffs are usually a bad idea, but in this case, they're a particularly bad idea. It's a lose-lose proposition. Canadian jobs, Canadian economy is at risk, but so is the Michigan economy and Michigan jobs. Should be imposing on an ally that fought with us in World War I, fought with us in World War II, fought with us in Afghanistan, rescued and brought home Americans taken hostage in Iran in 1979, housed and cared for 6,579 Americans in 9/11, in a small town in Newfoundland that barely had that much population by itself. When planes couldn't land in this country, they all landed in Newfoundland. The allies. And this administration seems hell-bent on treating our allies very poorly. We could have a similar conversation about the way Panama and Denmark and Greenland are being treated. But in a dangerous world, we need those allies. So we shouldn't be picking fights. I think Donald Trump has shown the world, including our allies and friends in Canada, that we, the United States, are an unreliable partner. It was just 6 years ago that he negotiated and signed a free trade treaty with Canada, saying the old one wasn't good enough. So he renegotiated it and said it was a better treaty. Now he's the one breaking that. We're showing ourselves to be untrustworthy. These are rarely qualities that make for good business partnerships or friendships. And so those of us left in government, including local governments, state governments, just as our governor has rightly done, need to speak out. So I'm just mentioning this because I'll bring a resolution next time that is strongly objecting to these tariffs on Canada and identifying just how many jobs could be at risk for us and those of us in this neighborhood and throughout Michigan.
Would like to schedule another meeting for the agenda working group that we had. I don't think it has to be immediate, but maybe a month or so, just to follow up there. Okay. And I'm also, I heard there's a short-term rental committee, so I'm just stating interest in working with you all on that committee. And
Can I tell you when our meeting is?
sure. Yes.
This Tuesday. Tuesday, the 11th. So I think it's the three of us. Yeah, sorry.
Well, I'd like to learn what you all discuss so we can coordinate efforts. Okay, and then I just want to bring up the community benefits ordinance work session. I think we discussed it for maybe after budget season. I'm not sure. When does budget season start? When does it end?
In budget season, the budget will be adopted by the, it has to be by the June 7th or June 6th. And then the new fiscal year begins on the 1st. So probably maybe the first meeting in July, last meeting in
Oh,
June.
okay. It might be nice to schedule a CBO work session somewhere in the beginning of summer, late May, June, somewhere in there. Just putting it out there that I would like that to be scheduled eventually. And then I had intended to bring some resolutions tonight regarding just like some state efforts going on. Senator or Representative Reinigan's repeal to the rent control ban. So I will bring that next time. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Tucson.
Nothing at this time.
Thank you. No, I wrote down so many other things and not the thing that I wanted to talk about. So, all right, city manager.
Just two quick things. BSNA, the cloud-based software has almost been fully implemented. And then I already spoke about this, but just another reminder to get the community profiles to me by February 10th.
The week is that? All right, start the weekend. Okay, that works. Oh, I don't have the weekend. I'm busy the whole. All right, city clerk. Didn't add yourself, but I'm gonna remember.
You're nothing from me.
All right, and then we see the planning commission in our communications. Oh, I guess the one thing that I will say, because that remarks. So I am participating in the Michigan Black Summit this weekend out in Benton Harbor, where, not only elected officials, but nonprofit organizations, educators, folks from all across the state will be gathering to talk about the issues. And I think that all the things we talked about tonight will be at the top of the list. So, yeah, I'll be sure to bring back things that I've heard or learned and also share about my experience. I'll be sitting on 2 panels there. So, looking forward to that, as long as there's not a winner still. All right. If there's nothing else, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Go to Chicago. Business cards. I get stuck. I'm driving the rest of the way.